In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie in the morning while I'm driving. Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
What's up? What's up? Grand Rising, everyone. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like button on your way in if you have not. I appreciate that. Grand Rising, Very Carey. It is always good to see you. Daniel Berry Sports and Highlights. Good to see you as well. Grand Rising, Jill's Comfort Zone. Talkie. So Ben's Grand Rising. Nappy Child, Grand Rising to you as well. I hope you guys had a wonderful night last night. Let me what was it? Do you guys know where your congressman or congresswoman was at 1:00 in the morning last night? Does anybody know? They were on the floor voting on this big, beautiful bill, this alleged big, beautiful bill. Can you imagine that they set the time to vote at 1 in the morning? Yes, they did. So let me start with the news of the day. It's so good that everyone realized that they are not capable. There's only one Ronnie Q. Grand Rising, Bernice. Good to see you. Let me see. Let's start off with a little fun. I haven't seen this myself, so why don't we start off with a little fun? Now, the president of South Africa is supposed to meet with 45-47 today. Now, they are touting it on our side as if he is coming because he wants to reset their position with each other. Now, so they're framing it as he's coming to bow down to 45, 47 after spreading all the lies about racism towards white South Africans and all of this. And let's not forget that 45, 47 has taken away a lot of aid that goes to Africa, uh, because South Africa is doing so many wrong things. But um, we do understand that he has a little South African in his ear who has also said that South Africa refused to let him open a business in their country because he's white and he's being discriminated against and all of this. So I wonder where he's getting all of this uh, white discrimination is going on in South Africa from. I wonder where 45, 47 is getting all this from. When in fact, the law that he touted that there's a law that if you if you go into business in South Africa, you have to partner with or uh, or South Africa blacks must have some ownership, 30% ownership in your business. And you can, I didn't realize that you can buy it back. This is a law in South Africa. So to say that you're not allowed to have a business because you're white, that's not true. You are allowed to do a business in South Africa under South African law, rules, regulations. Some people don't like laws, rules, and regulations, so therefore they tear them all down, all the ones that inconvenience you and help the poorest among you. Some people really, really hate that. So he's posed it like that. 45, 47 is running with it just like that. Um, so it's going to be an interesting meetup. The only thing that I know about the position that the South African president is taking is that I don't do diplomacy via social media. That's what he said. He wasn't going to get into a back and forth on social media. He clearly said that the things that 45, 47 were saying about South Africa were categorically untrue. So we'll see how that works out. Now, so your your it was the house. Okay, so the House met last night to see if they were going to pass this big, beautiful bill. Okay, and there has been some other things that have been added to this big, beautiful bill that were not discussed on mainstream media much at all. I think I may have saw something on MSNBC. I can't quote where I got this information. I may have it tagged in some of my uh, links that are in my description box. Let's see what else is in this big, beautiful bill. Not only are there cuts for Medicaid in this bill, there are 400 billion. I think it's a 400 billion cut to Medicare in this bill. Not only that, they have in this bill two things about guns. One thing about guns is that you will now be able to add a silencer to your gun. Silencers used to be illegal. That's in the bill. This big, beautiful bill. So maybe school shooters or whoever will be able to get away for a longer period of time and possibly get away entirely. I don't know. And they've also added a bill that will it's some type of I forget what it's called. It will make your gun shoot as if it's What was that? What gun? Yeah, I think it was an AK-47. That you just if you just hold the trigger, it would continuously shoot. So if you have for example, an AR-15, you don't have to pump your finger. You can just hold your finger and you can shoot all the rounds that you have loaded. Yeah. So I think that I don't know why that's important to the budget, but obviously they thought that that was important enough to this big, beautiful budget. Now, let's understand this is supposed to be a continuing resolution. This is a whole brand new budget with all of the things that they have added to this budget. Remember, last Friday they came with 28 page reconciliation. This you're supposed to reconcile. You're supposed to you decided to keep the government going. We would have had a government shutdown had not they agreed to this continuing. We're not going to stop. We're going to continue a continuing resolution to solve the budget. But now when they got a 28 page budget last Friday, and when they came to convene to give the Democrats an opportunity to review the budget and to strike up any amendments that they wanted to add or take away from the budget, they came in with a over 300 page budget, and something the Democrats hadn't even seen. So how are you going to strike up amendments to something you haven't seen? So a whole bait and shit, bait and shit, yeah, bait and shit. I mean bait and switch on the Democrats, and also a whole farce. So you guys need hey, this is what they've done. Make it automatic. Yes. Okay. No comments. No comments. Let me see. Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining the live stream. Please click on the thumbs up button. Share the video if you can. Subscribe to the channel. Send a cash app to the host, $ Ronnie Q. Also, if you know someone who is interested in the news, I know everyone's not interested in the news. I know everyone's not interested in the news. Tell a friend who is. Thank you very much. So, you guys have nothing. Okay, so let me see something here. Let me start with something that should always be. Hold on. Here we go. If you're not familiar with Couch Politics, maybe you ought to check them out. They always have a good show. He's found his niche in reviewing Abby Phillip show. So go over there and check him out. And they have Charles Blow on there today. And I forget who is this other guy named with the big chin. They have him on there today. So let's check out how it went last night. I haven't seen this video. I see the title of this video is MAGA pundit put in his place for constant disrespect.
Of his own party who are standing in the way. Here's the bottom line. Donald Trump's budget wants to make his tax cuts permanent, which critics say disproportionately benefit the rich. The plan puts more money in the border and the Pentagon and less money into programs like food stamps. And even though Trump told Republicans on the Hill today, don't F around with Medicaid, his plan will do just that by enforcing work requirements that would result in millions losing coverage. On the politics, some Republicans think the cuts don't go far enough. But if you ask Trump, all's well in threats and sausage making.
I think we have unbelievable unity. I think we're going to get everything we want. And that was a meeting of love. Let me tell you, that was love in that room.
This is what the perfect gift for a man looks like. So I almost made the dumbest mistake.
But that love did not spill out of the room.
The president, I don't think, convinced enough people that the bill is adequate the way it is.
I don't know. I'll read it and see. Yeah. What was the moving target? I couldn't vote for this bill right now. It doesn't cut spending.
I ran on balancing the budget. I don't know that I can sleep at night if I don't stick to that.
I'm not going to sacrifice my constituents and throw them under the bus in a bad faith negotiation.
I would say that if the vote were held right now, it dies a painful death.
Joining us in our fifth seat at the table is Steve Moore. He is a former Trump economics advisor and the author of the Trump economic miracle. Steve, good night to have you here. Look, the question of whether this bill actually cuts the debt is no, it doesn't do that. It increases the debt. It also increases the deficit. So if you are a fiscal hawk and you are a budget hawk, how could you vote for this?
Well, first of all, it'll be a little bit of an economic miracle. Trump can actually get this.
Oh, Lord, I did. Hold on. I did all of that talking on mute. I apologize. What I said was this bill did pass last night at 1 in the morning or later. This bill did pass. And also, it did not have all the votes. It did not pass on yes votes. Some Republicans who it cut too much money for their constituents. The bill was a bad bill, or it didn't cut enough. Some of the same people that you saw out there pontificating allowed this bill to pass. How did they allow the bill to pass? I think it was 4 or 5 senators who voted present, and that was enough to allow this bill to pass. So I think that they thought that they would be able to say, oh, no, that was a bad bill. I didn't vote on the bill. Yes, you did vote on the bill. It's kind of like voting for a third-party candidate, throwing your vote to the majority. That's what you do when you vote for a third party, a candidate. Kind of like I stayed home, and no, you didn't stay home. You were there. You were present, and you allowed the bill. So you may as well have voted yes on the bill, because you're going to get the same outcome. A lot of stuff, all of the stuff that hasn't been mentioned, that is going to come out if this bill passed the Senate, and all of the stuff that you didn't hear them, none of them say anything about Social Security on this bill as of yet. All of the other shit that may be in this bill that is going to come out that has gotten little or no attention. It's going to catch people's attention if this bill goes into effect. Let's be real clear about that. So let's finish this
bill, which is bad, because if we don't pass this, the average American is going to face about a $3,000 tax increase next year, and I don't think anybody wants that. Look, it's Trump's party right now. He's kind of cracking the whip here. And that's I think he should have probably done this 2 months ago. He said, come on, let's get this done. It's a must-pass bill. We can't allow a $4 trillion tax increase on January 1st. And again, most Americans don't know that if they don't pass this, we're facing the biggest tax increase in history.
Okay, I need to clarify that. The only reason that's true is because it was the biggest tax cut for the super rich in history. So we'll just be going back to a time before that ridiculous tax cut that Trump did on his first term, which was still completely unfair for everyday Americans. And the super rich are just getting away with robbery still. And all this is doing is trying to get away with more robbery. These people are so sneaky, so disgusting.
I object a little bit to this.
He can't even hold his head up as he says this shit. You would think he's reading a card. There's some papers on his table. He's trying to get the right. No, he can't hold his head up and look people in the eye as he's saying this shit. Let's continue.
This language, for example, that work requirements are going to throw all these people off unemployment and Medicaid. We did this, Abby, we did this under Bill Clinton. He was the last president, and it was extremely successful. About 75% of the people got work, and they climbed the economic ladder. What's wrong with that?
And this is what kills me about her show. They just continue to talk over this black woman as if this is not her show and she is owed no respect. And I'm going to continue to say what I want to say. This is kind of like Beef Sector-esque when you can't clearly understand, even if you have a good point, they drown you out.
That as it may, isn't the point that they need to get to a certain number in savings, and in order to do that, they need fewer people to get benefits? Is that not the point?
Yes, but isn't it the point that you want people to go to work?
Okay.
He didn't have an answer. You can see him looking around. That's so incredible.
No.
Or do you want them trapped in this forever?
Scott, I'll ask you the exact same question I asked Stephen. So isn't it the point that they want to save money?
Yes.
So in order to save money, you got to get people off the program. How is that not taking people off the program?
Because the goal of Medicaid is not to trap people. It's not supposed to be a lifestyle. It's supposed to be a temporary deal. So yes, we don't want to trap people on Medicaid. We want to.
Okay, so if you don't want to trap people on Medicaid, bitch. If you don't want to trap people on Medicaid, you go make these big businesses insure their workers, because there are plenty of people who are already at work who still are so poor that Medicaid is their only health care provider. But and they're working for big mega companies like Walmart, like the people who own Dollar General and Dollar Tree, and they are still on Medicaid. So if you want to assert that, you correct the problem. He act as if every person who's on Medicaid does not work? See, that's the first false premise of this argument. Let's continue.
We want to get them to go to the workplace. And I mean, there's able-bodied people all over this country who do nothing.
F with Medicaid. Is this just to get a headline?
I would consider
the bill is going to mess with Medicaid for sure.
Well, it messes with it in a good way, because it forces people to go to work. Do you want a country where nobody works, or do you want?
And so this is a disingenuous argument right here. No, it's the people. It's the lazy people. It's their fault. See, disingenuous bullshit. Let's continue.
There's a nuance there of the people on Medicaid.
Yeah, people are going to get caught in the middle because of that. Like, this is unbelievable. Look who they go after. Medicaid, the most vulnerable people. Guys, 1% of the population has 30% of the wealth in this country. The top 10% has about 70% of it. Think about how insane that breakup is, no matter how you look at it. And I like sometimes to give simple visual examples because they personalize it more. Imagine having $1,000 and having 100 people to take care of in this community. You have to feed and whatever, or a little tribe you got going. $1,000, 100 people. One greedy person decides they should be able to take $300 out of the $1,000. And the rest of the 99 people have to split $700.
This Japanese trick with orange and cinnamon will stop your blood sugar spikes for good within.
Republicans, it's so insane. Does this at all sound fair to you? In fact, Republicans believe that one greedy guy in the tribe of 100 people that's taking 30% of the wealth should pay less in taxes than everyone else. Like, it's unbelievable that the Republican voter has been convinced for so long that this makes sense. Again, I don't know a nice way to say this, but this kind of thinking can only be a Republican voter. This just wouldn't make sense for anyone else to fall for. Only a Republican voter can fall for this. I don't know any other way to say it.
Already work. What Republicans are not saying is how, the devastation it is going to cause to communities. It's going to lead to the closing of many rural. Let me finish. Did I let you finish? Let me finish. It's going to lead to the closing of more rural hospitals that are already on the brink. Many of them depend on people who receive Medicaid to be part of the ecosystem that keep them alive. My mother had a stroke a couple of years ago. Rural hospital, she's in the middle of nowhere. There's no hospital in the town, but there's one 15 minutes away. It's on the brink. That hospital closes, the next one is 40 minutes. The only reason that she survives that stroke and doesn't have complications for it because she got treatment within 15 minutes and not 40 minutes. What you guys don't want to acknowledge ever is that there is a community problem here, not just an individual person who is not going to work.
Let me let Stephen respond because they're
no one who is eligible for the program is losing benefits. No one. I mean, we have the government's own auditors. We're talking about the government's own auditors who told us that there's $500 billion a year in people ripping off these programs. So you talk about rural hospitals. You're saying that unless they give benefits to people who are not eligible for the program, the hospital will close down? That doesn't make sense.
Exactly, because what the estimates say is that up to 8.5 million people will lose benefits, right?
Do you think illegal immigrants? Do you think illegal immigrants should get benefits?
Did I let you finish?
But do you think
what is the point of this? I don't understand what you're doing. So if 8.5 million people are going to lose benefits, that is going to hurt communities of people. In Louisiana, I'm from Louisiana, Mike Johnson is from Louisiana, 60+% of the people who give birth, those births are covered under Medicaid. When you start to eat away at the structures that support that, a lot of them are rural hospitals, you eat away at the structures that support that, you have more sick kids, you have more children born with
not the party of protect the children, not the party of protect birth, not the party of not the pro-life party. I know they are not cutting programs that will allow this life to be born. Not the pro-life party. Let's continue.
With disabilities and health problems, you have mothers who die, many of them Black. That is the problem of undercutting
disproportionately Black
the support system of the entire program, and it is going to be detrimental to the entire program.
So this is why nuance really matters here. I mean, Charles is correct. There are people who do work who are still eligible for Medicare because they don't make enough. I mean, thresholds exist. We all know this, if we're being politically honest here. Trump's point, though, of saying don't F around with Medicare is because the argument from Republicans are that the CBO, I believe, estimates there's around 2 million people who are eligible, who really could work. They could maybe take less money or no money at all. And Republicans are saying we want to specifically target those individuals based on the estimates from the Congressional Budget Office. The president, however, I think is correct in saying, as we be specific and nuanced in our targeting, let's not inadvertently target people who may rely on Medicare, who don't quite make enough. And I get that. So that nuance matters.
That is, as far as we know.
So he's carved out a nuance for the person who fired his ass, dragged him out of his office in HUD, of course, in his last administration for, I forgot what, egregious thing that he got dragged out of the HUD office for, bootlicking ass nigga trying to get back in good. No, he don't give a fuck about none of this. He just want to make sure that his rich buddies get a permanent tax break. Fuck what you talking about. He knows all of this is going down. But you have cut out a caveat. Well, he knows, but he just means as long as...
In the reporting. That is not what is happening. Okay? What is happening is that they are changing the eligibility requirements. They are changing the eligibility requirements. No. They are changing the eligibility requirements. They are also doing what you're saying, but they are also trying to appease some of the people who want the cuts to happen sooner.
They're trying to change the eligibility, Abby, based on CBO's estimates, not just random numbers.
The point is, when Trump says, don't touch it, and they are touching it, that is not being transparent with the American public. If what you are saying is true, why not just be honest about what he's doing?
Trump, when he says don't F around with Medicaid, again, he does this all the time. Trump is acting. He's acting like he doesn't want cuts to Medicaid. So that when it happens, he can just blame it on Republicans.
Period. That's all he's doing. Do you think he's saying that when he's in that room meeting with them? No, he's not. No, he's definitely not. Let me get to the conversation that they are having. Let's get back. I want you to go over here and check this out. let's get back to the conversation.
Furious that Amazon was going to show the new prices due to tariffs. Like, incredible.
Anyone who is eligible for the program as legislated by Congress is not being cut off of the program. The people who are being cut off the program, the people who are ripping off the program. Just like unemployment benefits, you've got people ripping off the program. Just like happened in so many of these programs where people, some people getting Social Security benefits that are eligible. We can't continue that way.
How about the rich ripping us off? Go after the rich.
Yes, states.
That part. How about all the ripping off programs that keep you poor? You're ripping off a program. I could see if the program help you get middle class status at this point, get rich. But you're talking about poor people who you don't feel should be on a poor people's program. It's not like we're talking about getting the Cadillac of insurance type of medical insurance. We're talking about Medicaid. Boy, bye.
Also help to determine who in their state is going to be eligible for Medicaid. Many of them make the right decision to say that group of people is very wide, including some immigrants, right? Let me finish. In the country, legally or not, because a disease does not ask your status in the country, and a disease does not ask to look at your resume. A disease hurts the community overall.
This is the core debate. I think if we are talking about the politics, just to simplify all of this, it's not only are prices going up, but 13 million people are going to lose coverage. 18 million children are going to be on food assistance at their schools. Put all of this together, this is why you have vulnerable Republicans right now that are worried about how all of this looks and can't go back to their constituents and sell it. So I think that the problem here more broadly is that we saw what happened last time around when they tried to force ACA cuts and the repeal of the ACA, and every vulnerable Republican had to vote on it. And what happened? It didn't end up passing. And then what happened in the midterm elections? They ended up losing. So do you think I never said that. What I am saying is Republicans are in charge, and under their leadership, they will end up. Not only are they. Hold on. You guys have had a long time to talk. I just want to know. You guys.
The first time she tries to have a word, and this is the first time she's spoken. And look at them; they feel that it is okay to just talk all over people to try to divert the conversation from where her point is going. What about this, and what all of these hypothetical bullshit red herrings that they always throw up instead of letting somebody complete a sentence that they know that they cannot address properly.
Let me tell you. So I actually do not. But what I will say is that more broadly, Americans will see not only costs going up, people kicked off of health insurance, and our children who are going hungry. And all of those things together, you cannot tell me that as soon as those things happen, Democrats are absolutely going to be running ads in all of those districts to make sure they're losing.
In terms of austerity in our fiscal order, should we not, at a minimum, look at the estimates and assessment by the Congressional Budget Office that Republicans and Democrats typically rely on? And if they're saying there are 2 million individuals that we could remove, save money because they are eligible to work, why wouldn't we want to move in that direction based on that data?
I don't think Republicans can even.
Again, even if that's true, why not go after the rich? Why go after poorer people?
And the only thing that I recall from the CBO is they estimated how many people will be kicked off of Medicare. That's what the CBO. How come you're not talking about that? Since you want to talk about the CBO, an independent auditor of this, how come you're not saying those numbers? So if they give a number of the, what is it? I think it was 13 million people who would lose their health insurance. Obviously, they have whatever number that you're lying about. I haven't heard the CBO. I'm not saying they haven't, but how come you're not talking about the number of people who are absolutely going to be thrown off? And they are not talking about able-bodied people being thrown off their Medicaid.
Maybe frauding the system. Even if that's true, why wouldn't we go after the super rich who are frauding the system by a lot more? Like, And again, the only reason a few of them are pushing back, Republicans, Shoshi, I always say her name wrong, is the tax cuts for the rich by cutting Medicaid, is because it will hurt them in the elections. They don't care about the people. They care about keeping their job.
Exactly.
Remember, the 400 richest families in this country paid about an 8% rate in taxes on average. Like, these are billionaires, people, not millionaires, not 100 millionaires, billionaires.
Let that sink in.
For snorers in 2020.
Let that sink in.
Hey, stop using.
And we're sitting up here talking about the health care of the poor. Let's continue.
To this.
We are all of us everyday Americans, we are part of the reason they are able to keep their billions, because they just aren't paying their fair share in taxes. And since they won't pay their fair share, we have to make it up for them. It's simple math.
Or wages. Or wages. You're not even making them pay these poor people enough to even get private health care insurance. What about that? When these poor people get a job, what type of insurance would these poor... Lord, I think I'm off. Oh, God. Oh, I wasn't off. Okay. So there's that. Let me see. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Oh, here it is. Is this it? Where did it go? Here it is.
Like, these are billionaires, people, not millionaires.
Hold on. I lost my page. Here we go. Let's get to the last part. I think we're going to get to the disrespect, but we've seen the disrespect in action. So let's get to the last part.
Millionaires, not 100 millionaires, billionaires. We are all of us everyday Americans, we are part of the reason they are able to keep their billions, because they just aren't paying their fair share in taxes. And since they won't pay their fair share, we have to make it up for them. It's simple math. Again, how this doesn't make any sense to Republican voters. They just clap like seals. Still waiting on those Doge check, Republicans. Keep checking the mailbox.
Have a conversation about austerity when they're trying to add trillions of dollars to the deficit with tax cuts and also increase the military spending. I don't believe that you have a leg to stand on when you talk about austerity.
Well, I'm talking about austerity, Charles.
And
I think it's a reasonable point to make.
All we're doing in the bill is making sure that everybody's taxes don't go up next year.
So that is not all you're doing. That is not all you're doing in the bill. That is absolutely right. First of all, the tax. Can I? What are you doing? Okay, so. You understand that it is a regressive tax plan. You're going to sprinkle a little money at the bottom so the guys at the top can drive away with truckloads of money. That's how the first Trump tax cut was structured, and that is how this one is structured.
Exactly. Let me just say, I'm going to actually respond. I'm going to get to what he just said, because what he's talking about is extending the tax cuts, which includes for everybody, which even some Republicans have suggested maybe let the taxes go up for the wealthy so that you don't have to do as much to cut for people who don't make very much money.
Common sense.
SNAP cuts, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. That includes Medicaid cuts. So he's not the only person raising this possibility. Republicans are in charge. They can structure this however they want, including to allow the tax cuts to expire on the wealthiest people, but they've chosen not to do that.
Yeah,
for Charles and other Republicans,
what he said is the tax cuts are for the wealthy.
I said they were aggressive.
So at the time that this passed, we had this exact same debate. Democrats went out and argued time and time again, we're only cutting taxes for the wealthy. And even the New York Times, who used to
So you're going to continue to make a point on a point that he did not make. You're going to continue to misrepresent what he said to make your point. What is your point? That the rich people, you can... It's odd how they can see what the poor people can do to save the nation money, but they can never see what the richest of all people can do to save the nation. Isn't that odd?
Recently, was forced to write an article that said, face it, you probably got a tax cut.
And the rich people don't have to rally for all of the greed that they are amassing. They don't have to rally at all because they have their little, they just sprinkle a little cash on these talking heads that you see out here to lobby for them.
From the Republicans. It's simply not true.
No one
if you
said they
pay
didn't.
taxes and you work and you pay taxes, you got a tax cut. And if they don't pass this bill, it will go
But
up
I think
for
you're
everyone.
skirting the question of whether, as a policy matter, Republicans had an option to allow the taxes to expire for wealthy individuals.
Because that's a terrible idea.
Why was that not ever on the table to avoid the deepest
We
cuts
did
for
it
the
in
poorest people?
2017, and the economy boomed, just like people like I said it would. We got millions of new jobs. If you increase tax on businesses, you're going to get a lot less jobs. We want a healthy economy. That's why.
Well, the president did flirt around with that. If you remember,
did,
a couple of weeks ago, he decided to change his mind. I'm with more of the fiscal hawks in Congress. If you're going to cut taxes, you have to absolutely cut spending. There's no way you can cut taxes and maintain the same spending. As someone who runs a business, this makes zero sense to me. The CBO says in 10 years, our current deficits, Abby, will be the largest line item on the federal books. By 2050, 180% of our GDP will be debt. We won't be producing enough to pay this off. So to me, passing tax cuts alone is nowhere near enough to get our fiscal house in order.
Yeah, I think those numbers are basically correct. It's
And the segment is done there. And again, Scott is such a little sneaky snake. Because again, when he talks like this works on Republicans. Oh, he owned the libs. These people, again, don't have much going on there. No one said.
Okay, so go check out Couch Politics if you want to. Is there anybody in the chat? I guess y'all don't have anything to say about that. Okay, let's move on. Let me see something here. Okay. Let me hey Tanya McNeil. Okay, we're here. Okay. Just checking. Thank you. And grand rising to you. Okay. So let me present this. No, not that. No, not that. Did you guys see any of the hearings that went on yesterday? There were some interesting hearings that went on yesterday, and we're going to talk about a few of those hearings. Let me. Here's the lineup of things that I've shared to share, and let me start with this. There was a hearing yesterday on House Judiciary Committee holds a hearing entitled Examining Threats to ICE Operations. And of course, they are talking about the arrest of the Congresswoman. They had a whole hearing on the premise that this Congresswoman was putting ICE in danger. So they decide to have a whole hearing on this. So let's look at some of the highlights of these hearings, and we're going to talk about them. Here's the first one. I think it's at 7 minutes. 7. Who are the Democrats? Let's start here. This whole link is in my description box. These are the chairs of the hearing, and they get their opening statements. This is part of his opening statement, and let's see what this Republican has to say. Who has brought this hearing? Okay.
On May 1st, Delaney Hall, a 1,000-bed detention facility in Newark, New Jersey, was officially reopened. It houses illegal aliens charged with crimes like rape, murder, burglary, and weapons offenses. Facilities like Delaney Hall are desperately needed to help prevent dangerous criminal aliens from remaining on our streets, on your streets. The reopening of Delaney drastically expanded ICE's detention capacity in the Northeast and enhanced the agency's ability to manage the increasing number of enforcement and removal operations of illegal aliens in our country. Despite the severity of their crimes and illegal status in our country, those being detained at Delaney Hall are treated with dignity and are housed in a facility that exceeds the standards of many of our own U.S. prisons. It has clean dorms. It has indoor and outdoor recreation areas. It has mental services, mental health services, and medical services. It has phones, webcams, and consular access. And yet from the moment Delaney Hall was reauthorized to operate as a detention facility, it has been under constant, relentless political assault. Local officials have used inspections, lawsuits, and bureaucratic hurdles as weapons, not to make the facility was operational, but to completely shut it down. Outside of the facility, there have been coordinated protests led by political figures, including Newark, New Jersey's own mayor, who publicly vowed to, quote, padlock the building if necessary, and declared that immigration enforcement of criminals is not welcome in his city. This isn't oversight. That's not oversight. That's obstruction. There's a big difference. It's lawfare designed to undermine federal authorities and score political points at the expense of our public safety. On May 9th, the tension culminated in a shameful display by the mayor of Newark, New Jersey, and members of Congress who stormed into the facility without clearance, without following protocol, and physically disrupted law enforcement operations. They cursed at staff. They shoved past security. They assaulted federal law enforcement officers. And for what? To free whom? Criminals? I'm going to show some more pictures. So the question I have, was it to free Hugo de la Torre Tomia, wanted for prosecution in Peru for the crime of raping a minor? He's wanted in Peru. Was it to free Jorge Luis Sanchez Luna, a Mexican national who is a registered sex offender who sexually assaulted his own daughter? Or was it Lopez Reyes, a Mexican national who's wanted in Mexico? They want him back in Mexico. He's a fugitive for the offense of raping a child, raping a minor. There are hundreds of other awful, horrible individuals like these men currently being arrested in New Jersey, and they're being held at Delaney Hall. And they should be. They should be. So let's be honest. Who exactly are the Democrats fighting for here? This is the part I don't get. Because it isn't the American.
Okay, let's be clear. How many people did he say that place house? How many people? He said it housed 1,000 people. And is anybody arguing to keep these people in our country? No, they're not. No, they're not. What these people were doing was an inspection of a place that had been closed down and was now accepting immigrants. And so he said it was open. It was open in 2017. No, it was reopened by private contractors to accept these detainees. Let's be clear. He's lying. Let's continue. Now, what about they said that these are some of the worst of the worst. These people have, as in everybody in there, have been accused of this, that, and the other. So how many of you people have seen people have been accused of things and are acquitted at trial? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? How many of you seen people who have been found guilty of things at trial only to be released because they were innocent all the time? But we can't put all of the true facts into this. I am not. You guys know. I grew up in California. I thought that this illegal immigration needed to stop. I definitely thought it needed to stop. But I'm not going to give up none of my rights to these people to try to pretend like we must take away rights from people, constitutional rights. Once you start giving up your constitutional rights for anything, you ain't getting them back. That it's kind of like once prices start going up, they ain't going back down. Let's be clear. That's why I talk about this.
American people. It sure as hell is not the American people. And notably, the very next day after the altercation at Delaney Hall, Mayor Baraka's super PAC, for those of you that don't know, that's a way to raise money, lots and lots of money, released campaign ads touting his efforts to stand up to this agenda as part of his run for governor. It's obvious what happened here. This wasn't about the detainees. It wasn't about law and order. It wasn't about American people. It wasn't about all those marginalized people who get hurt because they live in and around all of us, marginalized Americans. It was about politics, pure and simple. Maybe not so pure. Mayor Baraka was mayor of Newark when Delaney Hall, and I want everybody to listen to this. Mayor Baraka was mayor of Newark when Delaney Hall operated under President Barack Obama. He was the mayor. President Obama was the president. This very facility was operated under that administration. There were no protests, no walkouts, no stunts, no altercations, no attacks, nothing at all. But now that President Trump is back and the American people have rejected the insanity of happening an open border, now the mayor and his friends in Congress are outraged. Give me a break. Let's call this what it is, an orchestrated campaign to protect illegal alien criminals and to sabotage federal law enforcement. Just say that one more time. It's a campaign to protect, not illegals even, but illegal criminals, violent criminals that also have broken the law because they are here illegally. So when Democrats say they're just trying to help by raiding federal facilities, remember what this really means. They want ICE agents gone and out of the way.
The only pants you'll want to wear this summer. Whether you're 50, 60, 70, or...
You have to believe they want criminal aliens free on our streets. And they're willing to risk public safety, sabotage law enforcement, and lie to the American people. You can't stand for law and order while voting to hurt the police. You can't say you're for border security while sabotaging every single tool that works. Let me be very clear. Delaney Hall is not the problem. Delaney Hall is part of the solution. The real problem is the radical left-wing agenda that sides with criminals over citizens, activists over agents, and chaos over common sense. To the men and women of ICE, this committee has your back. To the communities of New Jersey and the Northeast and the United States of America, we will not let your safety become a political casualty. And to the American people, we hear you. We hear you loud and clear. You want a country that protects its citizens. You want a system that upholds the law. And you want a government that chooses order, not anarchy. That's exactly what House Republicans are fighting for. And I promise you, we will win this fight against left-wing chaos. And I thank you. Just before we start and move forward, I want to address one other thing. We're going to have a hearing today. And sometimes it's going to be contentious. Sometimes it's going to be hot. Sometimes we'll be argumentative.
Okay, so let's go on to our next presentation. The vice chair of this committee, let's hear what they have to say. Is that? I think this is it. Yes, this is it. Let me share this with you. Guess who's the vice chair? Jamie Raskin. Let's see what the vice chair, Jamie Raskin, has to say about all of this. His opening statements.
Thank you kindly, Chairman Van Drew, and for your opening statement. This week's events show how MAGA has turned American justice completely upside down and inside out. Over the last week, we've been talking about a single rogue DOJ employee who unilaterally canceled more than $500 million in Department of Justice grants to local law enforcement and victims' rights organizations and those assisting the victims of rape and sexual assault across the country. That's what right-wing policies do. I would say to my friend, the chair of the full committee, we tried to restore that money. Nobody seems to know how any of this happened, but our colleagues didn't utter a word against our amendment, and yet they all voted against it. What else happened? Well, a 33-year-old January 6 rioter who assaulted our police officers at the Capitol, and he smashed the glass pane through which Ashley Babbitt climbed before she was fatally shot by a Capitol officer, was arrested again yesterday. This time they got him for burglarizing neighbors' homes. This was a guy who was pardoned by President Trump, now robbing houses in Virginia. This Zachary Alam was serving an 8-year sentence after a jury convicted him of 7 criminal felonies and 3 misdemeanors when President Trump granted him clemency as part of the mass pardon of 1,600 insurrectionists and rioters for the thousands of crimes committed on that day. At sentencing, U.S. District Court Judge Friedrich described the testimony of police who recalled Alam as, quote, by far the loudest, most combative, and most violent of the January 6 rioters who attacked the police in the part of the Capitol that these officers were defending.
Okay, so you understand that has happened, but we are doing a hearing about threats to ICE operations because of what happened at that ICE holding detention center where they were trying to prevent the mayor from being arrested. And they, okay, we understand. I played the videos. I played the videos of the lies. I played the videos of what really happened. Let's continue. They want to protect the ICE agents from the public, the public that is out here hurting ICE agents, as this president has pardoned all of these January 6 rioters, and I forget how many police officers died as they beat the fuck out of police officers. But you want to hold a hearing about ICE making this thing a scene. They had the guy had left ICE where he was left the ICE detention center. He had left out of the gates where he was welcome to go into by the people behind the gates. And after he left, they got a call on the radio and they went out of the gates behind him. Are we serious? This is what they talking about waste, fraud, and abuse. This whole motherfucking time of this is a waste of any type of utilities they are using to hold this meeting, whether it be air conditioning, whether it be lights, whatever fucking shit they got plugged into the fucking walls, sucking up electricity. This is waste, fraud, and abuse. Let's continue. Trying to politicize this bullshit play. All of this shit was a bullshit play, and they thought it was okay because they were harassing Black people, and they had no cause to arrest this mayor, and that is proven as much as they have dropped all charges, all of these trespassing charges. They had no reason to go out of their gate and to cause any of this. So how could there be a crime under their false arrest? I think they should be sued for their false arrest. That's what I think they should be. That's what I think should happen.
And yesterday, the Trump Department of Justice agreed to pay nearly $5 million to the family of Ashley Babbitt, the rioter who tried to storm the House Speaker's lobby on January 6th after she broke into the Capitol and after the aforementioned Mr. Alam broke that window. The Department of Justice originally took the position that her wrongful death lawsuit brought by her family was wholly without merit, no basis, and that Babbitt's civil rights had never been violated by the police, and that the police officer acted reasonably in defense of members of Congress and in defense of Vice President Pence. A Capitol Police investigation cleared the officer involved, saying his actions at the height of the riot, quote, potentially saved members and staff from serious injury and possible death from a large crowd of rioters who had forced their way into the Capitol, into the House chamber, where members and staff were steps away. In 2023, then House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said, I think the police officer did his job. Now, although Trump...
Okay. Hey, Church Mouse, grand rising to you. So I forgot I had this on my list of things that I wanted to talk about. $5 million to the chick who broke into the Capitol. You hear that the one who broke the window for her to get into the actual chamber where the congressmen were, he has been rearrested for robbing houses in Virginia. All this case had been closed. The cop did nothing wrong, good shoot, whatever. All of this has been closed until who comes back in office? 45-47. Now, all of a sudden, they are actually saying what the police officer did was wrong to this January 6th rioter. It was just love in the air who was climbing through a window to open the floodgates so they could get to actual Congress people who were trying to certify the election. So all of a sudden, her family is awarded $5 million. I forgot to talk about that little sneaky little, but we're here at what we're here as that's a black Congresswoman and the mayor of the city had the nerves to go down to do their job that they don't even have to make an appointment for, to check on ICE facilities, which is their job. And ICE decides to make a scene, put people under false arrest. The same thing that they always do to black people. We don't give a fuck if you've been voted in by the people. This is what we do. We make false arrests of black people. So now we have a whole hearing behind this, but y'all just gave this a woman's family $5 million. Make any of this make sense? See, they don't want to talk about this. Have they been talking about this in the news while they're doing this fuck shit? I don't. This is your government at work.
Trump's new attorney general is set to give $5 million to the rioters' family. Trump has not proposed to give a penny to the more than 140 police officers injured, wounded, hospitalized, disfigured, and or disabled in their violence, and nothing to their families. He's proposed no money payments to the bereaved family of Officer Brian Sicknick, an Army veteran with 2 tours abroad who died at age 42 here.
They don't believe how toxic this is. If you're still using a plastic or wooden cutting board, you need to hear this.
On January 7th, 2021, the very next day after being brutalized by rioters, the decision to give millions of dollars to the Babbitt family and nothing to the families of the police officers who defended this Capitol, who defended us, exacerbates the insult of Speaker Johnson's continuing refusal to hang a simple plaque in honor of the officers who defended the Capitol and the Congress and the Vice President, a plaque mandated by law and now more than 2 years overdue on the West Front of the Capitol. The Speaker's stubborn refusal to respect the law is craven submission to the executive branch, to Donald Trump, who wants to pretend that the rampaging mob that he sent to Congress was made up of patriotic heroes and that the people he pardoned were, quote, hostages and, quote, political prisoners. A hostage is someone who's been illegally abducted by a terrorist group like Hamas and held for a financial or political ransom. A political prisoner is someone like Alexei Navalny or Nelson Mandela, who's been imprisoned for ideological reasons, not for violently assaulting the police or engaging in seditious conspiracy or destroying federal property. But the administration's effort to create big news yesterday was Trump's acting U.S. attorney in New Jersey, a blatantly partisan prosecutor who has bragged about working to turn New Jersey red. Well, she announced her intention to indict our colleague, Congresswoman LaMonica McIver, on charges of assaulting, resisting, and obstructing law enforcement based on the now famous May 9th incident outside of Delaney Hall, an ICE detention facility in McIver's district, where she was conducting a scheduled oversight visit with other members of Congress, including our 80-year-old colleague, Bonnie Watson Coleman, and the mayor of Newark. Well, Delaney Hall is operated by the private prison company GEO, a major Republican donor that gave $1 million to Make America Great Again, Inc., and has faced numerous lawsuits for its treatment of detainees in unsafe conditions. The members had a lawful right to be there and to investigate, and even after ICE initiated a scuffle to arrest the mayor of Newark on public property, the House members were let in to tour the facility to conduct nonviolent oversight, and the tour went smoothly. This indictment is a manifest fraud, clearly designed to distract America this week from the administration's savage and unpopular effort to strip 14 million Americans of their Medicaid and health coverage and 11 million Americans of Head Start, Meals on Wheels, and other nutritional assistance programs like SNAP. Representative McIver was, of course, executing one of the core duties of a member of Congress, oversight, pursuant to her precise statutory right to enter and visit an ICE facility. The Supreme Court has repeatedly held that oversight is a central element of the legislative process, because if we can't research the facts on the ground, we don't know what laws to pass. This, for the Department of Justice to charge McIver with assault, is an outrage against the Constitution, which protects members of Congress from civil and criminal prosecution for performance of their core legislative duties. It is also a scandal in light of the DOJ's constant backing of cop-beating insurrectionists, including with the shocking policy that these pardons can even apply to criminal charges wholly unrelated to the events of January 6th, as well as the DOJ's jaw-dropping decision to fire more than a dozen senior criminal prosecutors simply because they had worked on the January 6th case. Yet now we've got colleagues who celebrate January 6th insurrectionists actually calling for prosecution of members of the House for doing their jobs. Representative Buddy Carter called our colleagues rioters. Representative Bishop actually said this was an insurrection. I didn't know that was in his vocabulary, but this was an insurrection, and he said it was a debacle worse than 9/11. No police officers or ICE agents were injured at Delaney Hall. No one died. No one had a heart attack like Officer Fanone did. There were no strokes. There were no broken jaws, no broken necks. Nobody was forced out of police work like Sergeant Gonell was. Yet we've got members of Congress who would gladly jettison the speech and debate clause, which protects all of us in our work, the First Amendment, and the Article I powers of Congress to score a few cheap political points at the expense of their own colleagues. In Trump world, violent insurrectionists and cop-beating extremists are heroes. They're martyrs. They're patriots. Members of Congress performing oversight functions are criminals and insurrectionists. And veteran criminal prosecutors of January 6 felons are fired, so Donald Trump can continue to pander to his private militia of pardoned rioters and insurrectionists and a reserve army of extremists who've proven themselves willing to stand back and stand by. Let me show you what a real assault on police officers looks like. If you roll the tape. Mr. Chairman, if this is an oversight hearing on ICE and ICE believes a real assault took place in New Jersey, where are they? Why are they not present today? The star of the show is absent, and that, my friends, is no oversight. I yield back.
The viral 30-second pink salt trick that
was the beginning. Shameful. I usually wouldn't. I usually doing euphemisms. However, black people wouldn't have made it on the lawn before being knocked out. Shameful. Okay, so everybody's there to testify in this hearing but ICE. And who were these ICE agents? Nobody has any identity of any of those people who were out there with their ICE jackets on, their faces covered. Were these even ICE agents, or do they hire outside security to watch over the detention center, and they can anybody can go out there and put on a flak jacket? In one of the hearings, one of the congresswomen was questioning Kristi Noem about how these flak jackets are easily bought on eBay. She actually had one of the flak jackets there, so with ICE on it. So who were these people in these costumes? Since you decided to have a hearing on ICE, how come you didn't bring some of these ICE officials into the hearings? You know, that's standard. Okay, so let me share. I think it's a little bit more information about the January 6 rioters' parents getting paid. Here we go. If you don't watch the Bullworth, I'll go over there and subscribe. The link is in my description.
Pay about $5 million to the family of January 6 rioter Ashley Babbitt, who was shot fatally by police during the siege of the Capitol. This decision by the Trump Justice Department reverses the earlier position from the Biden Justice Department. And, this whole thing just really stinks. If you add it to the total blanket pardon for all of the people who stormed the Capitol, even those who attacked police. And now you layer on top of that not only are people getting off scot-free, but that the U.S. is beginning to pay off the families of the attackers. You think Ashley Babbitt's going to be the last one? Other people that suffered random injuries in their attack on the Capitol, you don't think that others are going to see this and decide that they want to get theirs? This has been a total Trump thing, and I think it's also important to remember, this is not just a TDS situation.
No, I don't think Ashley Babbitt is going to be the last one, because 4547 has already talked about giving these criminals reparations. Yes, he has. So let's continue.
People as Trump curious or Trump supportive or Trump lickspittly as Kevin McCarthy were as recently as 2 years ago out there saying that the police officer in this case did the right thing.
Do you think Ashley Babbitt was murdered, or do you think the police officer who shot her was doing his job?
I think the police officer did his job.
This month in the Senate, Republican from North Carolina, Tom Tillis, was out there saying we got to be very clear what happened on January 6th was wrong.
We have to be very, very clear that what happened on January the 6th was wrong.
So, we could keep going down the line of this, and you can do the cliche stuff. The Liz Cheney, a strong conservative, but talking about how horrible this was.
This is what the perfect gift for a man looks like. So I almost made the dumbest mistake of.
Tonight, I say this to my Republican colleagues who are defending the indefensible. There will come a day when Donald Trump is gone, but your dishonor will remain.
But now it's like the stated position of our government that not that January 6th was something that got out of hand and some people did a bad thing. No, it's like that the people that stormed the Capitol are the victims. That is the position of our government. The rioters who injured police in some cases to such a degree that some lost their lives in the ensuing days, like Officer Brian Sicknick. That the attackers are the victims, and that the government needs to pay them off. Your tax dollars are going to pay the family of a woman that was climbing through glass in the Capitol to try to overturn the election. You're paying for that. And this is total madness. And these guys, for all of their talking points about how, they were radicalized by the BLM riots and how Kamala contributed to the legal defense fund of some of the Black Lives Matter protesters. It's like, this isn't a case of contributing to a legal defense fund. This is the case of the U.S. government paying a cash ransom to the people that stormed the Capitol, to the family of someone that stormed the Capitol. I just, how can you take seriously the claims that they want to back the blue, or how can you take seriously like the claims that they're really angered by the Black Lives Matter movement, because they care so deeply about law and order and protecting law enforcement.
And exactly, that is my point. And they're having a whole bogus ass hearing about these ICE officers who we don't even know were actually ICE officers. So go check out this link. It's in my description box. And we're gonna move on. The Bulwark, they have great content. And I hope you guys go over there and check them out. So there, now, let me stop sharing my screen. See, now we're going to get to my thumbnail. I always save things in my thumbnail. I want to make sure I have gone over everything that I have saved. I shared that yesterday. Did I share this yesterday? Okay, the stark math on the GOP tax plan, it does not cut the deficit. It puts the United States in more debt. Moody's cuts the deposit rating of major banks after downgrading the U.S. Credit. So not only did they downgrade the U.S. credit score, they also cut deposit ratings at major banks. Okay, and so our Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says, "Oh, who cares? Who's Moody? We have so many people clamoring over us." Moody is our credit rating, and if you're the Treasury chair, you know how important credit ratings are. If you are, there is no if. You're a billionaire. You know exactly what this is. Okay, it's going to cost us more to borrow money. And that's all the United States do is print money or borrow money or whatever. So I had indicting free speech on there yesterday. These are yesterday. Trump retribution targets the law firms, higher education, news organization, and cultural institutions. These are all people who he has gone after. Let that sink in. I hope I shared this yesterday. The Washington Post, Trump orders the government to stop enforcing rules he doesn't like. A new tactic for gutting federal rules and policies that the president dislikes. Simply stop enforcing them. Simply do whatever you want to do. Oh my God, I didn't put this Netanyahu state. I thought I put this up here. Oh my God, I didn't put that statement up here. Okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna share this with you guys and see what you guys think about it. You guys are, I'm just gonna share this with you guys and give you the information. That's what I'm gonna do. I have no expectation of comment. I'm just going to share the information. I have my goals set. If you want to help me meet my goals, is to give you information that you may not have known, or you may found interesting or helpful. Okay, here we go.
Mask off, genocidal ethnic cleansing, just announcing the most. Israel is now going full mask off, genocidal ethnic cleansing, just announcing the most horrific plans you can imagine in public. Let's start with Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, who made some just outrageously horrifying comments. Let's put this up on a screen that really exposes what their plans are here. We covered yesterday, they've decided to let in this piddling amount of aid, and he explains why. He gave a speech Monday defending Israel's strategy of mass devastation in Gaza, saying humanitarian aid is only being allowed in, quote, so the world does not stop us and accuse us of war crimes. The goal, he insisted, is to conquer Gaza, clear and stay until that area is dismantled beyond recognition. We could put the next one up on the screen as well. Boasting of the scale of destruction, Smotrich said, we are dismantling Gaza, leaving it in ruins with unprecedented destruction, and the world still hasn't stopped us. He also indicated that Trump and him and the Netanyahu government are all simpatico with regards to what they want to happen in terms of a total ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip. He said, quote, "The population will reach the south of the Strip and from there, God willing, to third countries as part of President Trump's plan." So this is crucial context for understanding what is happening, for understanding how Bibi Netanyahu and Trump and the whole Bibi's terrorist extremist coalition, how they all are apparently completely aligned in their final solution end goal. And it's also important for contextualizing this piddling amount of aid that is being let into the Strip, and I'll have more on that in just a moment. Let's go ahead and put Bibi Netanyahu's comments up on the screen here as well, which echo what Smotrich was saying. He says, the Gaza aid scheme offers Israel symbolic cover to finish the genocide. This is reporting from Dropside. Quote, Dropsite, "We're going to take control of all the Gaza Strip," Bibi vowed Monday in a video released by his office announcing that Israel would begin delivering minimal humanitarian aid, food and medicine only. Netanyahu claimed that international pressure, including from pro-Israel Republican senators and the White House, required the appearance of humanitarian intervention. Put the next piece up on the screen here as well, so we can see this joint statement from the leaders of the UK, France, and Canada, which is pretty extraordinary in terms of the pressure that Netanyahu is now responding to. "We strongly oppose the expansion."
Okay, so this is important. Now, 4547 has issues with South Africa as well, because South Africa wants to put Israel up on war crimes. South Africa. That is another contention that the United States has with South Africa. And now, in the joint statement from the leaders of the United Kingdom, France, Canada, from the United Kingdom, France, and Canada on the situation in Gaza, the West Bank, and from the Prime Minister's office on Downing Street, we strongly oppose the expansion of Israel military operation in Gaza. The level of human suffering in Gaza is intolerable. Yesterday's announcement that Israel will allow a basic quality of food into Gaza is wholly inadequate. So they are finally speaking up, and the amount of food that they have allowed into Gaza is allegedly 5 truckloads of food, when usually there are 500 truckloads of food. And to be specific, the only food that they are allowing in is infant formula. Okay, so let's be clear. Now, South Africa is not the only country that has some countries have arrest warrants out for Benjamin Netanyahu, and the South Africa is not the only country that want to charge him with war crimes. So let's be clear when we talk about all of this hatred that South Africa has, all of this racism that South Africa has, as we sit by quietly as this is going on.
Expansion of Israel's military operations in Gaza. The level of human suffering in Gaza is intolerable. Yesterday's announcement that Israel will allow a basic quantity of food into Gaza is wholly inaccurate. They say, we condemn the abhorrent language used recently by members of the Israeli government. That's like Smotrich, what I just showed you, threatening that in their despair at the destruction of Gaza, civilians will start to relocate. Permanent forced displacement is a breach of international law. And so
that's ethnic cleansing, starving them so they will leave their region, and so you can just take over their land. So they said that that's what they're going to do, and we're going to push them out. We don't give a fuck where they go. We're starving them out, and we're going to make sure they don't come back, because we're bulldozing down their neighborhoods as they are going in, and they are flattening these neighborhoods with big bulldozers, big huge bulldozers that are knocking over a whole building at a time. Well, most of the buildings are bombed out anyway, the remnants of these buildings, flattening them.
So for these nations to be, we'll see if they follow through, we'll see what happens. But for these nations to be threatening some real potential sanctions on Israel for their continued genocidal atrocities in the Gaza Strip is a significant development. And in fact, Dropsite also reported on the fact that the EU is going to review Israel's trade pact over human rights violations in Gaza. That trade pact grants Israel tariff-free access to most of the EU market. It enables joint work in research, innovation, and security. It requires respect for human rights and democratic principles as a core element. So this is some of the pressure that Netanyahu is responding to by allowing in this absolutely pathetically inadequate amount of aid, thinking that will give them cover to continue their genocidal assault and effectuate their and Trump's shared goal of completely ethnically cleansing the Gaza Strip, pushing Palestinians out to third countries. We've seen there have been reports on discussions with some of those third countries to, to push them to take in Palestinians. This has long been the apparent goal. Now it's just being overtly stated to create so much misery and suffering and death and starvation in the Gaza Strip that Palestinians would be pressured to flee the area and allow Israel to totally annex it and take it over. So let's talk a little bit more about the quote unquote humanitarian aid being allowed in. Put the next piece up on the screen. As of yesterday, five trucks of aid had entered the Gaza Strip at a time when more than...
Let me guess. You're thinking about going to therapy.
My fault.
Israel is now going full mask off genocidal ethnic cleansing, just announcing the most horrific plans you can imagine in public. Let's start with Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, who made some just outrageously horrifying. 1 million people. We're not sure how many Palestinians still remain in the Gaza. Yesterday, five trucks of aid had entered the Gaza Strip at a time when more than 2 million people, we're not sure how many Palestinians still remain in the Gaza Strip after all of this horror and death, are living under siege, the majority suffering from famine and malnutrition. The entry of the trucks was purely formal and media-driven, aimed at polishing the image rather than providing relief to the starving and afflicted. Put the Al Jazeera tear sheet up on the screen next that provides a little bit more information. First trickle of aid in 3 months after Israel allows limited food into Gaza. By the way, there were also some indications that, 5 trucks or so have entered, and some of those trucks did not even contain food, is the indication. Let me read you a little bit from this article from Al Jazeera. UN aid chief Tom Fletcher on Monday said Israeli authorities had cleared 9, they say, aid trucks to enter Gaza through the Karam Abu Salem crossing, known as Karam Shalom in Israel, calling it a drop in the ocean when so many more supplies are needed to address a rapidly deteriorating humanitarian crisis. Figure is far short of the more than 500 trucks that entered Gaza daily before the start of the war in October 2023. Food security experts last week warned of famine amid accusations that Israel is using starvation as a weapon of war. Quote, significantly more aid must be allowed into Gaza starting tomorrow morning. The numbers I've seen are that what really needs to enter is roughly 1,000 trucks per day to sufficiently feed the population. Obviously, 5 trucks, 9 trucks is utterly pathetic and meaningless, and truly backs up this idea that the Israeli government is just trying to provide some sort of a show so that they can continue their war crimes unimpeded. We also know over the past several days, it has been one of the most horrifically bloody times.
Okay, Church Mouse. Yeah, keep listening. This link is in my description. My description box. Okay, you're talking about the ICE with no identification and mask. All the pics of ICE people are white. Trump's America. Trump's America. Okay, so press the like button on your way in. Goals, I don't see them. I have forgotten to press the enter button on the goals. Okay. Church Mouse will be listening while walking. Okay. I knew you did. Thank you, Very Carrie and Nappy Child for reminding me this. Now, let me present the next thing that I have on this matter. Here we go. A Democracy Now! They have been reporting on this nonstop. So here we go.
press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. The UN's humanitarian chief, Tom Fletcher, is warning 14,000 babies could die in Gaza over the next 48 hours if more aid does not enter the besieged Gaza Strip. Fletcher issued the warning during an interview on the BBC earlier today.
The situation is dire. The real test of the words will be whether we can get that aid in. We are there on the border right now. We have thousands of trucks ready to go. We know how to do this. We've done it before, and we are demanding that the world back us in pushing Israel to let us get in and reach those people who are starving right now.
And yesterday it was five trucks of aid that went in, not fit for purpose in this case.
No, that's a drop in the ocean. And let's be clear, those 5 trucks are just sat on the other side of the border right now. They've not reached the communities they need to reach. And, let me describe what is on those trucks. This is baby food, baby nutrition. There are 14,000 babies that will die in the next 48 hours unless we can reach them.
That was UN humanitarian chief Tom Fletcher on the BBC today. The Euromed Human Rights Monitor reported 2 of the 5 aid trucks that entered Friday contained burial shrouds, not food. The group's head, Rami Abdu, said, quote, "This isn't food. It's preparation for mass death. Gaza isn't being fed. It's being buried," unquote. This comes as Israel expands its military assault on Gaza, with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowing to take full control of the entire Gaza Strip. Netanyahu.
I have a question. Let me make sure my mic is on. I have a question. The one question I want to know is, have you been seeing this as you watch your news? Has your for-profit media been giving you this news? I'm just curious. We're going to go a little bit further with this.
Netanyahu's finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, has openly said Israel's, quote, cleansing Gaza. In recent days, Israeli military attacks by air, land, and sea have killed hundreds of Palestinians, including at least 73 Palestinians so far today. One Israeli strike today killed 22 Palestinians at a displacement shelter in Gaza City. On Monday, Israel ordered the force.
Now, understand, this is after the ceasefire. Israel just stopped and just started firing again. This is after the ceasefire. This is after when they start firing again. They have not let any type of food, water, or medical aid into Gaza in 11 weeks. And they even tried to say why they stopped the ceasefire, as they are boldly saying that they're going to take this whole strip right now. As they say out of their mouths, we plan to. They plan that this was a plan all along, and so. Our government is upset with South Africa because South Africa recognized this as war crimes. Okay, I just want to make sure everybody is seeing the whole picture. And whose bombs are they doing all of this with? Where are they getting these bombs that they are doing all of this destruction with? And so, you bring Afrikaners over here who say the most disgusting type of hate speech against Jewish people. However, you have people over here on visas and on green cards who are asking to support the Palestinians, and their green cards and visas are getting snatched. Not because they are pro-Hamas, like you guys want to say, because you don't like them saying the words that the Palestinian people should not be totally wiped off the earth, as and nothing being said. You want to keep everybody quiet. If you say something I don't like, then there's a problem. This is what's going on. This is what these college students are writing a op-ed in their student magazine, and then get their green card snatched. Because Marco Rubio says that nobody is just allowed to have a green card. It's a pleasure. And if you do something we don't like, we're going to snatch it. I plan to play that today. But this is what they're talking about. Let's continue.
Forced evacuation of Khan Yunis, Gaza's second largest city. Displaced residents said they had nowhere to go.
We are the residents of Bani Sehala. We don't know where to go. We are innocent and unarmed civilians. We don't know where to go. We want them to stop the war. We have no business in all what's happening. May God take revenge.
Where are you taking your son now?
He is my nephew. His father is a martyr. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know.
We go now to Gaza City, where we're joined again by Mahmoud Al-Saka, Oxfam's Food Security and Livelihoods Coordinator in Gaza. Mahmoud, welcome back to Democracy Now! We last spoke to you exactly a week ago from your office there in Gaza City. Since then, Israel's bombardment of Gaza has intensified. Palestinians are fleeing Khan Yunis, the second largest city in Gaza, and Israeli attacks killed hundreds of Palestinians over the weekend, including 5 journalists. Can you describe the situation at this point? As Israel's saying they are partially lifting the blockade, talk about what's getting in, what's getting out, how many trucks are needed to come into Gaza at this point?
Thank you for having me again. Unfortunately, the situation.
You know what? Let's call a thing a thing. Let's really call a thing a thing. What's really disgusting is we know what the plan for these people is. It's obvious what the plan for these people is, and we are in a whole 2025. People talking about going to space and all this type of shit, and everybody is closing their eyes on genocide. And you have a president who is making people pay. And slandering people who have the audacity to say that this is wrong. This is genocide. This is what's crazy. We're sitting up here in 2025, and the Jews still want you to never forget when it happened to them, and nobody said nothing for years, and we went to a whole war to stop this, and then they turn around and do it to other people. This is what kills me. Let's continue.
Situation since our last meeting has been not even improved. It's in contrast. It's deteriorating. And what's happening right now in the Gaza is really heartbreaking. The conditions of the families, of our friends, of the people here become truly unbearable. And the suffering is really beyond description. Yeah, I agree with you. There are some trucks. We are talking about 5 trucks coming into Gaza yesterday, but it's merely a drop in the ocean compared to the overwhelming needs of the Gazans. Imagine that people here in Gaza are starving since more than 77 days due to the Israeli full blockade without having any supplies in either food, medical, or any humanitarian supplies. And now we are talking about just five trucks that it could be support in responding to this needs. Just before this full blockade, during the ceasefire phase, we used to have 600 trucks per day. So now we are talking about 5 trucks. Even if it's increased in the coming days, it could reach 30 trucks, but it's nothing compared to that.
All right. So this link is also in my description box. I have a couple more that I want to share with you as well about this situation. So I just want to take a look at what's going on in the world around me. Now, the reason why this is important, because this is happening in 2025. Let's not forget that this is also happening in the Sudan. And is somebody remind me? Somebody please remind me to go back to this 45, 47 and the sending refugees off on planes when the judges have told them do not deport any more people. There are reports that people are being deported to South Sudan. South Sudan. That was, I want to pull that up, this story up. There are allegedly people who the attorney, she was supposed to go to court with someone who is in ICE detention. And when she went to meet with him, he wasn't there. He was there the day before. And then all of a sudden, the next day, he wasn't there. And when she asked where he was, South Sudan, they are they have scheduled people and now there supposed to be up to 10 or 12 other people on this flight to South Sudan in the middle of a war. Okay, there are also people who are they had scheduled to go to Yemen. Yemen, they have a no fly, no travel ban in Yemen because it's so bad in Yemen. But 45, 47 is sending these people who have no connections to these countries. Okay, but I digress. I want to show you this. Remind me if
Reporter, independent journalism at news outlet 972 Magazine has spoken to Israeli soldiers who reveal new details about how they've been systematically using bulldozers and explosives to flatten Gaza from the ground. For example, Gaza's government media office says the Israeli army's destroyed at least 90% of residential neighborhoods in the southern city of Rafah. The 972 report features videos Israeli soldiers shared on.
Okay, and let's be clear. Remember a couple of months ago when 45, 47 came out here with the big idea when Netanyahu was in the United States sitting up there and he said that it would be, oh, it's great property. Oh, that would be great. It could be a great place for everyone. There's nothing there anymore. I mean, there's nothing there anymore. Everything is flat. Everything is gone. No, because he already knew the plan. He already knew the plan. They were doing it on a smaller scale, but he already knew the plan that everything was going to be flattened. Think about it. Think about back when he sat in the office in the White House with Netanyahu and said that there is nothing there. Everything has been flattened. There's no place to go back to. There's nothing to go back to. It was ruined to go back to. Sure. Yeah, it was ruined. But that is the plan. They've been telling you all along.
Online, like this one by Abraham Zarviv, who operates a D9 armored bulldozer. His nickname is Flattener of Jabalia, the northern town of Jabalia in Gaza. In this video, he uses his camera to show a flattened landscape in Rafah.
Very good. Givati Brigade, very good. Yes, Rafah. Rafah Ed, as they say. There will be no more battle in Rafah because there will be no more Rafah. The nation of Israel lives.
For more, we're joined in Tel Aviv by Meron Rapaport, editor and writer at the independent Israeli news site Local Call and a columnist at 972 Magazine, where his new piece with Oren Ziv.
Thank you. I think that this is a Libra. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you listening, and thanks for dropping down. I appreciate your support.
Is headlined Render It Unusable, Israel's mission of total urban destruction. Meron, welcome back to Democracy Now! Why don't you lay out what you found and these, the access you had, well, because they post them online publicly, to these Israeli soldiers' actual video accounts themselves of what they're doing in Gaza?
I think that Gaza is being destroyed and is already destroyed. This is not really new. We know that. We know that there are very few buildings standing in Rafah. What we have discovered in this investigation, Oren Ziv and I, is that this is a premeditated. That most of it is premeditated. That this is the routine work of soldiers today, or in the last year, or maybe more than a year, since the beginning of 2024. The routine work is to destroy. That this is what they are doing as a routine army service. They go out in the morning, they either accompany bulldozers or a unit that is responsible for explosives. They go, choose buildings and flatten them in a systematic way. And that the aim is it is being said to them, of course, this is not official orders coming from the general headquarters of the Israeli army, but this is very bluntly told, they're being told, and they are themselves very proud of it, that the real aim is to make it impossible for the Palestinians to return to these areas. We have seen that now in the
Okay, I'm going to move on. This link is also in my description box. You may find a theme in this, because this is the actual only media outlet that you see giving a full report on what is going on. Let me see. Here we go. There may be one good story that has come out of this. I want to show you this, a little piece of this.
Now.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. We end today's show on the campus of Columbia University, where graduation ceremonies are being held this week. On Monday, Palestinian student Mohsen Madawi walked across the stage to receive his GS diploma from the Columbia University School of General Studies. Students erupted in thunderous applause. There was a standing ovation. Mohsen Madawi's path to graduation was not an easy one.
Okay, let me make sure my... Okay, you guys may or may not remember he had been on the path to some type of either green card or citizenship. He had been checking in with his whatever type of worker, immigration worker, and he got a phone call or notification that he needed to go to immigration for one more interview, his last interview or something to that effect. And upon leaving, he was arrested by ICE. It was he said he believes that it was a setup. So he was arrested by ICE. He was put in a detention center, and he was ordered to be released. But see what type of stipulations that ICE still tried to put on him. These are these worst of the worst, these criminals, these apists, all these murderers. Are these those people? No, these are people who have possibly said something in objectively positive about the Palestinian people. These are people who are probably said something offensive to the good nature of Marco Rubio and this administration about how horrible it is to watch this genocide and nobody's saying anything. And maybe this is why he was arrested. Let's see.
In April, he was arrested in Vermont when he appeared for what he'd been told was his naturalization interview. After the interview, he was taken away by armed, masked, and hooded federal agents. Mohsen moved to Vermont from the occupied West Bank in 2014, where he lived in El Farah, a Palestinian refugee camp. At Columbia University, he was co-president of Columbia's Palestinian Students Union and served as president of Columbia University's Buddhist Association for 2 years. Mohsen is one of several students who've been detained by the Trump administration. His former classmate, Mahmoud Khalil, is still locked up in Louisiana since early March. Mohsen Madawi spent 2 weeks in a Vermont prison before a federal judge in Vermont ordered him released on bail. The judge, Jeffrey Crawford, compared the recent detentions of immigrant student protesters to the Red Scare and the Palmer raids. Crawford ruled Madawi should stay in Vermont but could come to New York for educational purposes. When the government objected to him crossing Vermont lines to come to New York, the judge responded, Mohsen Madawi could travel to New York to attend his graduation at Columbia. The judge went on to write, quote, during his time in New York State, Mr. Madawi is permitted to move freely, conduct his daily activities normally, including but not limited to meeting with elected officials, speaking with and being interviewed by members of the press and media, speaking at public events, attending protests, the judge wrote. On Friday, Mohsen appeared in our Democracy Now! Studio for his first live interview since being released from prison. Well, on Monday, I met up with Mohsen again and spoke to him just after he graduated.
Okay, so I'm going to end that there. You guys can go. The link is in my description box. They didn't even want the man to be able to attend his own graduation. Hey, Karen, K. Barron, it is always good to see you. Thank you for dropping by. Yeah, it's a lot going on now. There is definitely one more thing that I want to share with you on this whole topic. You know how they want to rewrite history and say that slaves in this country were in fact indentured servants and all of this type of stuff. You know how they're taking history books out of our classrooms and all of this type of stuff. I saw this story, of course, on Democracy Now! I just happened to be going through all of her stuff that she had on her channel, and I found this. I found it quite interesting, and I found it quite possible. I can see a whole lot of people saying that they were always against this, but in the midst of this, how many people do you hear saying that they are against this? How many people are quiet as this is going on, which allows this to keep going on? The silence. That's why they want to keep people silent about this. Because if more people were talking about this, they would have to do something differently. Why do you think those little 5 trucks of infant food got in there? Because they didn't want to be accused of starving them out, which you cannot use starvation as a war tactic. And after 11 weeks of not allowing any food or medicine to go in, they allow 5 truckloads of baby formula in. So silence is golden for them to achieve their mission. But here's this.
I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
One day, everyone will have always been against this. That's the title of the new book by award-winning author and journalist Omar Al-Aqid. The book is a powerful reckoning with the West amidst its monumental moral failures as the war on Gaza has unfolded.
Omar Al-Aqid is also the author of 2 novels, the most recent titled What Strange Paradise. He's joining us now from Portland, Oregon. Omar, welcome to Democracy Now! This is a powerful...
What Strange Paradise. It's kind of reminiscent of Josephine Baker's song Strange Fruit, about the fruit of the dead Black people who have been lynched by hateful white people. What strange paradise? You know, the paradise that 4547 said that this is great real estate. This is waterfront property. What strange paradise is this? We're going to open it up to everybody. You remember 4547 saying that we're going to open it up to everybody, and it can be great, like another Morocco or something, he said. What strange paradise. So when I saw this book, I was like, oh my goodness.
Full poetic, probing work. And why don't we start with that title? One day, everyone will have always been against this. Explain what you mean.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. I was thinking this was in late October of 2023. I was thinking about how I fit into this part of the world. I've been sort of attuned to the West from a very young age. I grew up on the culture of this part of the world. It's the reason I sound the way I do. And I was trying to figure out how I fit into this part of the world, given that it's my tax money that's killing those Palestinian kids, that I'm doing this. And I was thinking in terms of pattern recognition. I was thinking in terms of how it's very difficult to find someone today who will tell you that they were always in support of South African apartheid or segregation in this country, and how once it's safe enough, everyone can go back in hindsight and talk about how awful the awful thing was. And a lot of the book is about that, is about trying to think in those terms when you're still in the moment where the horrible thing is happening, where the slaughter is happening. And so the book comes out of that, and it's in large part trying to figure out my place in a society and in an ordering of the world where I happen to live on the launching side of the missiles. And as a result, it's very, very easy for me to look away. And what happens when you decide you're not going to look away?
Well, Omar, you also say that the book is, quote, this is taken your words, this is an account of a fracture, you say about the book, a breaking away from the notion that the polite Western liberal ever stood for anything at all. If you could elaborate on what you mean by that and what Western liberal you have in mind.
To be perfectly honest, I mean, I have a previous version of myself in mind. I don't think there's a single thing in this book that is indicted or interrogated or autopsied in which I'm not personally complicit or haven't been at a certain point in my life. I mean, look, to be perfectly honest with you, for the majority of my time living in this country, I was very much one of those people who picked up the ballot and looked at who has the R next to their name and then voted for whoever had the D next to their name because, hey, lesser of two evils. And that's, I suppose, perfectly fine up until a point. Up until a point where you are waking up every morning, opening up your computer and witnessing evidence of the worst things human beings can do to one another, and then being told, again, by the lesser of two evils, that this is necessary and that this is good. And I think at a certain point, there comes a kind of fracture. And
these are our allies. That's what we have been told during the Biden administration, who is also complicit in this. Let's be clear. And in Kamala Harris, she never wanted to separate herself from this. I listen. I'm going to call a thing a thing. If she had separated herself from this, it may have been the thing that had pushed her over. But if you can't separate yourself from something that you believe in, so you got to understand that who we are putting in our government as well. So if she didn't believe in it, she should have said that she was going to do something different. But hey, that's water under the bridge. Next. Okay. So I'll go over here and check out this link. Now, okay. I had a break and where I could say something. Much love to you, Ronnie Q, for keeping your foot on these fools' necks and putting the knowledge out here for us to hear. Thank you for being here. Billie Holiday. Did I say Billie Holiday? Did I say the wrong person? I think I did say Billie Holiday. Strange Few. Yes. Okay. So this link is out here for you to check out. Now, I just talked about them sending detainees over to South Sudan. South Sudan. Let me share. Let me share my link with you. I have a couple of short things I want to share with you. Now, one of the reasons that they said they would be sending these people to Yemen and South Sudan is so they wouldn't have to deal with them coming back. Can you imagine? This is your government. Okay, so
Judiciary and Armed Services Committee, among others. Senator
hold
Blumenthal.
on. Here we go.
The viral 30-second pink
Oh
salt
God,
trick that
commercial.
melts fat was actually featured on the Today Show. But for those who missed,
Grant apparently put on a plane bound for South Sudan. Or me. Breaking news from a federal judge in Boston, the latest of several to say the Trump administration could be violating court orders. The New York Times came out with a story shortly before airtime. A Burmese immigrant apparently put on a plane bound for South Sudan or Myanmar. The government's lawyer claims the second. The man's lawyer says the first. Judge Brian Murphy threatening to hold officials in contempt, warning the administration, and it apparently violated an order he issued in April, barring this person's deportation without first giving him time to challenge his removal and ordering officials to locate the plane. Quoting now from the Times courtroom account, quote, during the hearing, Judge Murphy ordered a lawyer for the Justice Department, Elianis N. Perez, to notify everyone involved in the flight to South Sudan, from the pilot of the plane to officials in the Department of Homeland Security, that they could face criminal contempt sanctions if his ruling was not followed. He also instructed Ms. Perez to find out exactly where the plane was and whether it could be turned around mid-flight. And Ms. Perez told the judge she did not know where the plane was. More now on this man's case and that of another person from Vietnam who apparently suffered the same fate. CNN's Priscilla Alvarez and Jeff Zeleny are with us now. There's a lot that is murky about this, and we're just figuring out, Priscilla. But what do we know about why these migrants were allegedly deported despite the judge's order?
Well, John, all of this unfolded very quickly over the course of the day. We initially saw those court filings earlier this afternoon, but this is something that began on Monday and really took off on Tuesday. Here's what the court documents say. There are declarations here from attorneys from of the Burmese national that you're referring to there and a Vietnamese national, but they say, John, that there could be 10 others who were on this flight, they say, to South Sudan. Now, in the case of the Burmese national, what the attorney for that national says is that on Monday, he was notified that he was going to be deported to South Sudan. He's not proficient in English. He was advised or he was notified by ICE while he was in detention of this without an interpreter. And this really set off a chain of events of his attorneys trying to figure out why he would be sent to South Sudan. He did have a removal order, but to his own country, not to another one. Now, his attorney says that she set up an appointment to meet with him virtually this morning. When he checked the detainer locator this morning, that's essentially the detention system to see where people are, he was no longer there. And when she emailed ICE, they said the officer responded, quote, South Sudan, when she asked where he was removed to. So you can see why there is so much confusion as to where these detainees who just yesterday were in the detention system are now no longer there. Now, the attorneys are trying to scramble to figure this out because even though some of these migrants did have removal orders and could be deported, the question here is where were they deported to? Because if they are sent to a third country, in this case South Sudan, then they would have had to go through a process. They would have had to be notified. They would have had an ability to contest their removal to this country. Now, all of that appears to not have happened, which is why we are seeing all of this unfold in these court filings and in the courtroom. I will also tell you, Don, the Department of Homeland Security has not publicly confirmed a flight to South Sudan, a place that has been on the cusp of civil war and where the U.S. advises Americans not to travel to because of the ongoing armed conflict there. So certainly a scramble is still unfolding at this hour, Don, as attorneys try to figure out where people who they knew were yesterday are suddenly nowhere to be found in the U.S. system.
Yeah, it is confusing.
Okay, so this is what your government is doing while they are talking about waste, fraud, and abuse to you and throwing you off of your Medicaid. I want to skip forward a little bit and see. I didn't see this portion.
This is the quickest way to clear out stuck poop.
I have to poop, but it feels stuck.
I apologize.
On the Judiciary and Armed Services Committee, among others. Senator Blumenthal, very nice to see you. So, look, there's many levels to this story. If there was a plane with migrants sent to South Sudan, deporting people to South Sudan, what's your response to that? Sending people to who aren't from South Sudan, we think, to this nation, which is on the verge of a civil war.
If those individuals were on a plane sent to South Sudan, it seems a violation of the court order. Judge Murphy ought to be really angry. His order has been violated, and he ought to consider a contempt of court motion. And no doubt
And at what point do we have to tell a judge when they should consider a contempt of court motion? Thank you, Church Mouse. October 7th was propaganda. No, they're not whimpering. They're sitting up here. They're just sitting up here fine. No, my husband's walking around. Do you hear whimpering? No, they're not whimpering. My dog is in the back seat. I keep checking on him. No, my dogs are not whimpering. At what point do we have to continue to tell judges? Why are these judges aren't quickly? They see that he is in contempt of any order. So I don't even understand this. What are we doing here? Okay, lawlessness. They're not following any judge's order. And why do you think I'm doing these stories? And see, people don't understand. People are living in some type of la land. You see all the lawlessness, disobeying judges' orders. You see the contempt of arresting people that would dare say something is wrong with what's being done to the innocent Palestinian civilians. You see all of this. Making you feel that you must stay quiet when you see this wrong happening. So if you are complicit in staying silent when it happens to others, others are going to be silent when it starts happening to you. Because what was the last big thing that happened, that was allowed to happen to people that was recognized? The Holocaust. Yes, it was. And what was the last biggest thing prior to that was allowed to happen, and people stayed silent, and they actually made it law? Slavery. Let's be clear. We are make America great again. In all of these gains that Black people have made in civil rights being taken away. And we're just sitting up here acting as if it cannot happen to you. That's all I'm saying. This shit right now, this Project 2025 plan is shaping up to be exactly what they said it will be. So at some point, I don't know at what point, but at some point, something is going to have to be done. Maybe that's why they are making it legal for silencers again. Maybe that's why they are making it legal for you to turn a regular gun into a multi-fired gun, such as a what do they call them? Machine guns. Maybe that's why they're doing that. Maybe there is some unrest on the horizon for the American people, is what I'm saying. So since they put things into law, you better make sure that you take advantage of the laws to protect yourselves. That's what I'm saying. So let's continue. Because they're doing what they want to do.
Plaintiffs are considering it now, but very seriously, violation of court orders ought to be treated with the utmost of sanctions, because otherwise the law is dead letter.
Court order aside, and I'll come back to that in a second, why do you think South Sudan as a nation to deport people to if they are?
No, we're not going to put the court order aside. These attorneys should be in jail for disobeying a court order. No, we're not going to put the court order aside. Because that's why they continue to do what they're doing, because they don't have no fucking meat in the game. It's nothing going to happen to them. They're doing this and know that they face no repercussion from this government. They got to be ordered straight to jail.
They are not, in fact, Sudanese.
John, it's inexplicable, except
to if they are not, in fact, Sudanese.
Because otherwise the law is dead letter.
Court order aside, and I'll come back to that in a second, why do you think South Sudan as a nation to deport people to if they are not, in fact, Sudanese?
John, it's inexplicable, except that so much of the lawlessness occurring in connection with these deportations is cruel and dumb. And so the only explanation could be that it was a way of somehow punishing them for being illegally in the country, to send them to a place where they could be easily subject to persecution, torture, killing. And that is the fate, by the way, that they've also imposed on Afghan allies who helped our servicemen and women in Afghanistan, as well as protecting diplomats who are in this country on temporary protected status. And they are now, the administration, threatening to eliminate that TPS status, send them back to the Taliban where they have targets on their back. Cruel and dumb, really inexplicable.
If there's a subset of people that are easier to vet, who we have a better understanding of who they are and what they're going to do when they come here, they're going to receive preference.
CNN's Larry Madowo now digs into the reality of what's going on in South Africa.
If you're about to replace your roof, stop. There's a solution about 80% less expensive. RoofMax, guaranteed to extend the life of your roof up to 15 years at a fraction of the cost of a new roof. RoofMax's scientifically proven bio oil.
White South Africans, many of them farmers, enter the American dream. Some, too young to know, they've also entered an international firestorm.
Welcome. Welcome to the United States of America.
The U.S. government says it's taking in these refugees fleeing alleged racial discrimination at home. That's why they've opened the door for them.
Yes, and they don't fit that bill. Those people who have fled are not being persecuted. The American government has got the wrong end of the stick here.
South Africa's president has come to the U.S. to set the record straight and is expected to meet President Donald Trump Wednesday, hoping to reset the two countries' relationship. It was his signing of a controversial land seizure law in January that invoked Trump's wrath, allowing the state to take unused farmland without compensation if deemed just, equitable, and in the public interest. South Africa's majority black population still owns just a small percentage of farms more than 30 years after apartheid officially ended, while most are owned by the white minority. There were 36 murders at farms between April and December last year, but only 7 of the victims were farmers, according to police data. But President Trump calls it a, quote, genocide against white farmers.
They're being killed, and we don't want to see people be killed. It's a genocide that's taking place.
The accusation, partly stemming from this apartheid-era song, made popular again by far-left opposition leader Julius Malema.
Kill the poor, the farmer.
But AfriForum, the conservative
It's about land. Excuse me. I don't know how it flipped to this video. The administration will be in prison while 45, 47 is on Golden Plain with his buddies. I think that he's going to pardon all of his people the way, give them a what is that? What kind of pardon? He's going to do the same thing that Biden did in the pardons of the January 6th committee and all of that type of stuff, a preemptive pardon, and of his family members. I think that's what they know they're going to get that. I don't know how this one popped up. Now, this is in the same story. So, lawyers accuse Trump administration of deporting migrants to South Sudan. So I guess that's it. That's how I thought it was a whole different video that popped up. So at the same time, he's sending these people to these states that are in war or in danger of war, or that are definitely in famines and things. He's bringing these South African people over here. And this reporter said they are taking their farmland without paying them. That is not true. They are trying to settle. They're just not taking their land. They are trying to barter with these people for a price to pay them for their land. And the simple fact that we are even talking about this when we are living in a nation that will take your land for eminent domain, as if people are not accustomed to this, and like people don't know this goes on in their own government. Is that what we're doing now? If they plan a freeway and they figure out where they want to get to point A to point B, and they go in that they find a black neighborhood where they always gonna find a black neighborhood to do their eminent domain in if they can. They're not gonna go through no white neighborhoods. So we act like we are unfamiliar with this happening. To take unused land for public use and to pay them, that's eminent domain. And so you have this motherfucker bought somebody here. They interviewed one of the farmers who was displaced and this, that, and the other. He come to find out, he said, no, I had to leave my 5-bedroom house behind, and I had to leave all my cars and my parents never to see them. He never said that they had taken anything from him. I'm going to play something else to you. The party that is against the party that is against that law is also a part of the actual government. So it's not like they're like, oh, it's nothing we can do. We gotta run. We gotta leave South Africa. It's so bad. They are actually a part of the government as well. That's all I wanted to show from that. I think there is something else. Let's go to something I may have missed. Here we go. Here we go. Let me share that with you.
Get to him at some point. But there was a lot that was said, including the fact that Delaney Hall is something that was opened up under Obama, and seemingly the mayor at the time did not have issues with Delaney Hall. I can tell you that there was a point in time in which Alcatraz was open as well, and there seemingly weren't any issues. The fact is, as the mayor of any city, I want to be clear that there is a duty, and that duty is to make sure that any and every building that is opened in that city is up to code. So just because something may have been up to code in 2008 doesn't mean that in 2025 that it was up to code. And there are those that should respect the authority of the city in which they are operating in. And somehow, during the later hours of last night, we saw that while the mayor had been unlawfully charged, those charges ended up being dropped. The mayor of the largest city in the state of New Jersey was charged with criminal trespass. Now, we have video footage, and I'm not going to play it, but we have video footage of literally them opening the gate and then asking him to leave, and then he left. Therefore, there is no criminal trespass. But the reason that I bring it up is because this entire situation could have been avoided if people just would know their jobs and actually do their jobs. Because the entire chaos that ensued, it ensued because of the unlawful detainment and arrest of the mayor in the first place. But let me get to my actual remarks. Republicans have called today's hearing for one purpose: to help an administration that's already rooted in lawlessness and corruption execute their dangerous assault on American democracy. So in today's hearing, you'll hear them admonish their own congressional colleagues and excuse the behavior of the out-of-control, corrupt Trump administration. They're going to try to convince you that they're here to protect law and order and the rule of law. But they won't mention how the Trump administration is openly defying many of the 162 court rulings that have caused his illegal executive orders. They won't talk about how the president has called for the impeachment of judges who rule against him, or how they're allowing ICE agents to raid churches and elementary schools. They won't talk about how they're allowing Trump to purge the Department of Justice of employees who helped investigate the January 6th insurrectionists. They won't talk about how this administration is preparing to give $5 million to the family of Ashley Babbitt, who participated in said insurrection, because they don't actually care about law and order and the rule of law. They're here today for one reason: to forfeit their constitutional oversight responsibilities. But since I decided to bring up January 6th, let me run a tape to remind y'all of the difference of congressional oversight versus criminals.
We're here conducting an oversight visit, which we had the power to do as congressional members. Statutory authority, and so that is what we're here for, and we're waiting to speak to a supervisor to let us in here because we will be your eyes and your ears, and we will report to you, Mayor.
It's interesting that one set of behavior somehow is going to get a family rich overnight. And the other folk that were there in that video, the members of Congress, well, they're saying arrest them. Let me remind you that those January 6ers have been pardoned. Let me remind you that yet another January 6er was just arrested a few days ago for committing what? Another crime. So if we're going to talk about us keeping our streets safe, let's be real about who's causing crimes, who actually went through what we call due process, because no one denied the January 6th insurrectionists of their due process. They went to court. They either pled guilty or were found guilty, and they were sent to prison. And half of them, actually all of them, if their sentences said so, should still be in prison. Because we as Americans would be safer. We won't get into the fact that another one was already in trouble because they had already killed somebody. But I'll continue on. Right now, our Republican colleagues want to forfeit their constitutional oversight responsibilities. Let's talk about what's actually happening. In March, we learned that the Trump administration was dismantling the Department of Homeland Security's Office of Civil Rights and Civil Liberties and terminating staff at the Office of the Citizenship and Immigration Services Ombudsman and in the Office of Immigration Detention Ombudsman, because they argue, quote, these offices have obstructed immigration enforcement and, quote, undermined DHS's mission. The Office of Civil Rights and Civil Liberties investigates public complaints about possible violations of civil rights and civil liberties in DHS activities, including immigration enforcement and discrimination. And in the Immigration Detention Ombudsman's it is their primary responsibility to conduct oversight on conditions at immigration detention centers. So why would the Trump administration want to dismantle offices tasked with conducting oversight of immigration enforcement and detention facilities? The simple answer is, without them, there will be no internal oversight offices to assess the legality of the Trump administration's policies on immigration enforcement. So what have the results been? Since Trump took office on January 20th, 9 detainees have died in ICE custody. In fact, in Trump's first month in office, more detainees died in ICE custody than at any time since fiscal year 2020. Congressional Democrats have engaged in oversight activities of immigration facilities across the country, from Florida, where a 44-year-old Haitian woman died in ICE custody, to Newark, New Jersey, where 3 of our Democratic colleagues visited an immigration detention facility to ensure the humane treatment of detainees. This wasn't about going in and breaking nobody out, y'all, especially when there were cameras rolling everywhere. That's not what they were there to do. Now, in a breathtaking act of executive obstruction of congressional oversight and the unprecedented weaponization of the Department of Justice, we have an interim U.S. attorney for New Jersey who for years has argued in court that Donald Trump is above the law. She has announced criminal charges against Congresswoman McIver for, quote, impeding and interfering with law enforcement.
Hey, room shaker.
However, our power as members of Congress to conduct oversight is found in the Constitution and federal law. In fact, federal law explicitly prohibits DHS from, quote, preventing a member of Congress from entering for the purpose of conducting oversight any facility operated by or for the Department of Homeland Security used to detain or otherwise house aliens, or to make any temporary modification at any such facility that in any way alters what is observed by a visiting member of Congress. It is against the law. Full stop. Separately, the court has consistently held that the speech and debate clause of the Constitution protects individual members from prosecution for legislative acts, including, quote, fact-finding, field investigations, and information gathering. The court has consistently held that the primary purpose of the speech and debate clause is to, quote, prevent intimidation by the executive and before a possibly hostile judiciary. So let's call this for what it is. This administration is criminalizing legislative oversight, and the Republicans on this committee are helping them to do so. Rep. McIver didn't engage in interference. It was ICE that engaged in interference while members of Congress attempted to conduct legitimate oversight of ICE facilities. Everyone, whether you are American or not, should be deeply disturbed and worried about Trump's abuse of power. They're attacking universities for teaching things they don't like. They're attacking law firms for representing clients that they don't like. This hearing and these charges are an attempt at political intimidation. The 3 members in Newark were exercising their constitutional duties to check an out-of-control executive branch. This entire situation happened because of the unjust arrest of Mayor Baraka. And not only were the members invited in and given a tour of the facility, this was after they so-called had broken the law. Now, I don't know about y'all, but where I'm from in Texas, I can tell you that I'm not used to having law enforcement see a crime happen right in front of their faces and then say, never mind, we'll just go about our business. In fact, why don't you go ahead and come on in? Come on in, we gonna do this tour because, oops, we did make a mistake because technically by law, we are supposed to allow you in. And wait a minute, while you're here, do y'all want something to drink? We got refreshments for you as well. And then after you conduct this oversight and you actually gave a clean bill of health because you were never there to disrupt, you were always there to do your duty. They came out and they said, everything looks good. And then it wasn't at that moment that they decided to arrest members. It wasn't the next day. In fact, even as I sit here today, no member has been arrested. Now you tell me how many times you can see the robber go in the bank, steal the money, and then they say, well, never mind, we'll think about this later. That is what you call politicizing. And that is what we are here to talk about is wrong. We got a few other issues with ICE right now, so I'm gonna get to them in a second. The DOJ, as I said already, has already dropped the charges against the mayor. Look, they're coming after everyone who uses their constitutional rights and duties to speak truth to power. The press, the courts, and now members of Congress. And to be perfectly honest, I had my team do the research. Under no other president, Democrat or Republican, can we find an incident where they have tried to arrest members of Congress. This is absolutely absurd that they were out there simply doing their duty. We have never seen ICE act in this way. In fact, it's not less oversight that we need right now, it's more. In fact, I'm gonna tell you, actually, I'm not gonna tell you. I can show you better than I can tell you. Roll the tape.
Shocking video showing the moment ICE agents smashed a car window and forcibly removed a man in New Bedford. 29-year-old Juan Francisco Mendez has no criminal record and was...
Definitely a chaotic scene on Eureka Street Thursday as Worcester police and ICE agents detained a mother and her 16-year-old daughter. That girl's face slammed into the ground as she was taken into custody. They have not been identified. Worcester police said officers were dispatched to the area for a report of a federal agent surrounded by about 24 people. When police arrived, they say the teen daughter was...
Agents smashed his window and dragged him out while his small children cried in the back seat and his partner recorded the incident.
You can't tell me that somebody in this building shouldn't do their jobs because these people are out of control. You're talking about arresting members of Congress? These masked agents are running around acting this way? This is not okay. This shouldn't be about politics. We all should be on the same side saying we will not stand for this type of activity, but instead, they want to pretend like it's members of Congress that are the thugs. It's members of Congress that are the ones that are stoking this kind of violence. Let me tell you what those members of Congress were doing. They were trying to make sure that there would not be another mother that would lose her life in ICE custody as it was Mother's Day weekend. They decided that they just wanted to make sure that people were safe because that is who we are supposed to be in this country. And honestly, for anybody that considers themselves to be a Christian, they should care about treating people in a humane way. And they should also care about due process. Everyone in this country under our Constitution is due due process. With that, I will yield.
Okay, so you heard
This
her
is
opening
Advocate
statement.
Fest.
Okay, there is something else I want to share about you, about the people who were taken to South Sudan. And I'll show you what it looked like in South Sudan where they were taking. There has been a judgment that ICE must keep these people, retain these people who they have taken to South Sudan in their custody. So let's see. So obviously that story was true, and a judge has made an order that the ICE must keep those people in their own custody while they're in Sudan. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. Here we go.
New overnight, a federal judge has ordered U.S. officials to retain custody of migrants sent to South Sudan. Comes after an emergency hearing where attorneys say the Trump administration started moving people from Myanmar and Vietnam to South Sudan. The judge says the order makes sure the migrants can easily come back if he decides they were removed unlawfully. The concern is that they were removed without any sort of notice beforehand about potential danger in a country that is not their homeland. This violates the judge's previous order that he handed down in April. Attorneys say at least 12 men were deported to South Sudan.
This is being done by our government.
Okay. And do you see this airplane that they sent them to South Sudan in? A whole big military plane for how many men? 12 men. What about the waste, fraud, and abuse? They sent them over there in a whole big ass military plane that you can drive military vehicles. Where is that plane? You can drive whole tanks in this plane for 12 people to fly over to South Sudan. How much did that cost? How much did that cost? While they're talking about taking Medicaid away from the poor. But this is what they use to take 12 undocumented immigrants to South Sudan. To sneak them away to a country that they are not from. This is what they use. This is what they use. My goodness. Okay, well, let me continue. No comments. So I guess y'all cool with it too. Let me continue.
To South Sudan.
This is being done by our government to cause the immigrant community and, quite frankly, everyone in this country to be afraid.
A court hearing is scheduled in Boston this morning to determine the legality of those deportations.
Okay, so we're done with that.
You've got pink salt, apple.
Let me let's get on to the Ted Cruz of it all. Ted Cruz was also in a number of hearings, and let's not Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio. Let's get into the Marco Rubio of it all. Okay, so I'm going to share this with you and let you hear from the State Department, who is implicit in taking away visas and all of these things that he has had a hand in this administration. So this is somebody who must have been assured that he's going to get a pardon as well. Here we go. Let me share my screen with you.
Let me shift to a different topic. Today, South African President Ramaphosa is in Washington, D.C. He'll be meeting with President Trump tomorrow. You and the president, as well as other administration officials, have repeatedly and rightly criticized South African policies on issues ranging from human rights to activities that directly undermine American national security. Those activities, in turn, include what appears to be an explicit and extensive pivot away from the United States and towards the Chinese Communist Party. There are also serious and credible allegations that the
a pivot towards the Communist Chinese party. So would that pivot be that you guys think that you can tell South Africa who they are allowed to trade with? So wouldn't Russia also have pivoted towards the Communist Party of China? Because both of these nations are a part of the BRICS. The S in the BRICS stands for South Africa. The R in BRICS stands for Russia. The C in BRICS stands for China. So what are you talking about, Ted Cruz? You don't tell no nation who they can get together and make trade alliances with. And why are you so concerned that South Africa is trading with the BRICS and have a connection to China, but not concerned about Russia having a connection to China? Because y'all think y'all can tell black nations, rich black nations, what they are and are not allowed to do. That's why. When you need the shit that these rich black nations have, so you are less able to try to manipulate. That time is over, Ted Cruz. That colonizing shit is done. And that's why you're mad, Ted Cruz. Let's continue.
That the South African government's decision-making is compromised by widespread corruption tied directly to Iran. They are working together to target our Israeli allies on the international stage. President Ramaphosa himself has taken an aggressive position, leading a charge of genocide against Israel in the International Court of Justice.
So Ted Cruz has said he has taken an aggressive stance to say that there's genocide going on in Palestine. This is so. They're bringing this in on this pretense, and we have seen what is going on in Palestine. We've seen what Israel is doing in Palestine. Now, President Ramaphosa is not the only one who has made these claims against Israel, Ted Cruz. But you guys were on your little fucking money jaunt and how to make the 4547 family rich through crypto and all of these deals in the Middle East. But you think somebody give a damn about you sitting up here in our Congress talking about trying to say that you're mad because the South African president is not ignoring the genocide that is going on in Palestine. Do I have that right? Do I have that right? Let's continue.
And he has pushed for precedents and policies that will not just undermine Israel, but expose American officials to vulnerabilities as well.
How does him pushing policies in Israel expose America to anything? Because America is walking hand step with Israel. What does one thing have to do with America? What does one thing have to do with the other? Make it make sense. What you do to Israel, you do to America. Because why? Because America backs what everything, including what Ramaphosa calls genocide. America backs everything. You're mad because he is calling out genocide of the Israelis of the Israelis, and so that affects you because what? Because you're agreeing with everything that goes. Okay, I got it.
I have every confidence that President Trump will demand South African officials change their policies and will hold them accountable.
Who is 4547 to demand anything? To demand anything? It's my understanding. I think I can't remember the video. It's my understanding that you really are mad because China has come in and said that they would assist South Africa in the aid that the United States have taken away from South Africa. And also, South Africa, once they took the aid away, I don't know if he's a general. The person who's over the South African gyms said that the United States will no longer be able to get any of their rare earth minerals. So who the fuck do you think that you fooling about what 45, 47 is going to demand of an independent nation? Excuse me? Let's continue. Listen, I want to see how these talks goes.
If they don't, and it's critically important for the American people to understand the bases for and South African officials change their policies, and will hold them accountable if they don't. Will not just undermine Israel, but expose American officials to vulnerabilities as well. I have every confidence that President Trump will demand South African officials change their policies, and will hold them accountable if they don't. And it's critically important for the American people to understand the bases for our policies. Please.
Gonna hold them responsible if they don't, but you're not gonna do not one thing but walk away from Putin, who invaded a sovereign nation and refused to come to the negotiation tables when the invaded country has. But you're not gonna, and you won't even mention a bad thing. Well, I'm just gonna walk away. We're just gonna walk away. But you're going to impose, you're going to make them do something about their policies about Israel? Are you Israel?
Please talk a little bit about the extent of South Africa's malign activities and how they are undermining American national security interests.
Well, it's one of the, first of all, we chose not to participate in this year's G20 hosted by South Africa, either at the foreign minister level or the president's level. And it had a lot to do with some of these issues, in addition to some of the issues they brought on their agenda, which we don't think reflect the priorities of this administration. So the president.
So they're not attending the G20 because it's hosted by South Africa and because it's not aligned with the president's agenda. Of course it's not. That's a black nation. How could it be aligned with any of this anti-black agenda that 45, 47 have? How could it be? Okay, so you never quit. You never declined to go to any other nations when they're hosting it, and so I guess every other nation that 45, 47 has gone to the G27. They are in line with everything. Why aren't you in line with, what is it about South Africa that you're not in line with? Let's hear.
President of South Africa is here today because he says he endeavors to reset relations between our countries. And President Trump, if someone says that, is always going to be open to resetting relations, but it will have to touch on some of the issues just pointed to now. Obviously, the position they've adopted towards Israel is way, not just off balance, but completely geared towards one side. And it makes one wonder about these allegations that are out there now of foreign influence, including with Iran. They clearly, on the global stage, and multiple.
It makes one wonder because of their position about Israel. It makes one wonder about these other relations with Iran, especially. So you're just pontificating with absolutely no facts, no reasoning of why you are talking about they must change this and they must change that, because they are talking about the actual facts of the matters that's going on with Israel and Palestine. So it makes one wonder, and you are trying to do everything that you can to connect them of having relationships with Iran, instead of being able to positively prove that they are having relationships with Iran. See how that works? Because they're doing that, we're going to, and we know that this administration is just straight up liars. Why? There is nothing. This is nothing. He has absolutely nothing. Trying to say the keywords, that they always do. Iran, all of these keywords, Biden, and all of this shit. They just think that they can throw a scary term in there, and I see. Michael Rubio is trash.
Multiple multinational organizations have consistently been a vote against America's interests, time and again. Not one off. You always understand when some country has to go in one direction opposite to you, because that's that happens. That's what diplomacy is ultimately about. Diplomacy is also about when we're aligned, we work together. When we're unaligned, we have to talk. But when one country is consistently unaligned with the United States on issue after issue after issue after issue, now you become.
For example, not one example given. Nobody has to agree with America. Obviously, maybe you are the one who is unaligned with their beliefs. How about that? Maybe it's you.
You have to make conclusions about it. So all I could say about the meeting today.
What conclusion you made about it? And what example of these unalignments are you speaking of? Absolutely nothing.
Not there, obviously, because I'm here with all of you. In fact, it may be going on right now as we speak, or was scheduled to go on as we speak. This was an outreach on the part of the South African president. He said he wanted to come to Washington. He wanted to reset relations with the United States. I have no reports as to how that meeting has gone so far. If there's a willingness on their side to reset relations, obviously, was something we'll explore. But we do so with eyes wide open to what they've done so far.
And how does their campaign against Israel undermine America?
Well, I think, first of all, because it echoes some of the charges that are being made by.
You're going to have eyes wide open with thinking about what they have done so far. And you've said absolutely nothing that they have done to America. But you who were over USAID, what did you do to Africa? What did you do? So you mad that they didn't get on their knees and suck your fucking dick and say, give us this aid back and come and raid our country of all of its rare minerals? You thought that was going to happen, huh? See, you didn't think that they were going to tell you, fuck you, motherfucker, and the horse you rode in on, bitch. I don't need you. The people who are in the weakest position, talking the most dumb shit. Let's continue.
Some of the biggest enemies of Israel that happen to be ours, whether it's Iran, whether it's these radical groups that chant death to America, death to Israel. So we're very concerned about that. I also think there's real concern in our mind about some of these international institutions that the biggest enemies of Israel that happen to be ours, whether it's Iran, whether it's these radical groups that chant death to America, death to Israel. So we're very concerned about that.
What they got to do with him? What they got to do? Does South Africa shout death to America? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? There's no connection. This is a word salad. They have nothing. They have no reason to be mad at South Africa other than what Elon Musk, in my opinion, has put in his ear, and all of those other South African tech boys have put in their ear. They are not allowed to just run roughshod over South Africa, even though they were born there, like they are able to run roughshod over the United States as immigrants to our nation. Isn't that strange? Well, actually, Elon Musk was born in Canada, I do believe. I may be wrong. But all of these South African bred tech boys who owns the United States via owning 45, 47, they are trying to act as if we should be upset with South Africa for calling a thing, and a thing that the American has a hand in supporting financially, because they think that they are going to turn Gaza into some great tourist paradise for the rich. Let's continue.
I also think there's real concern in our mind about some of these international institutions that, frankly, South Africa has lined up strongly behind, who would seek to, if they could, jail, imprison, indict American office holders because of some of the positions we've taken on public policy, even though we're not members of the conventions that create these.
You think that? But you're doing the same thing. You, as an American, are jailing American policymakers. Are you serious? The fuck out of my face, Marco Rubio. So let's hear somebody actually question Marco Rubio. Let's hear somebody that doesn't just sit up here and let Marco Rubio run off at the mouth with some dumb shit. Now, how about that? Did you guys watch this hearing yesterday? You guys are not watching your government at work? It's a pity. It is a pity. Let's go to Tim Kaine, why don't we? And let's watch. They are in trouble. Hey, Grand Rising, Lashonda Allen. They are in trouble when they are chewing the water. Watch the chewing of the water like a whole donkey, like a whole horse, a cow chewing on a curd. Watch all the chewing of the water, all the Jay Wilsonness of it all in the start of this video. Let me share this with you. Where is it? Tim Kaine. Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. In response to an earlier question, you sort of posed a question back. What is one thing that has happened during the Trump administration that has strengthened Vladimir Putin's hand in Ukraine, mentioning that the sanctions were still in place? I just would like to introduce for the record an article dated February 28 from NBC News titled "State Department Terminates U.S. Support of Ukraine Energy Grid Restoration."
That'll be entered in the record.
I was in Ukraine the day after the Palm Sunday bombing in Sumy and spoke to USAID staffers who'd all been riffed. They're going to be laid off either in the middle of the summer or early September. I'm aware that that's subject to litigation, but they talked about the fact that the grant cancellation canceled a grant that USAID had in place, hundreds of millions of dollars, that has been used repeatedly to restore the Ukrainian energy grid after attacks by Russians. I could give other examples. That is the one that is most present on my mind since I was just there. Mr. Secretary, I want to ask you about the program. It's the United States Refugee Assistance Program. And this is a program that state is the manager of, but together with other cabinet secretariats, DHS and HHS, state plays the lead management role. And it is how to manage the U.S. refugee assistance programs in tandem with contractors who help the United States on that. By an executive order on the first day of his presidency, President Trump paused all refugee programs and has canceled contracts to the agencies like the U.S. Catholic Church or Lutheran Refugee Services or HIAS or Church World Services who've been resettling refugees. Those programs are paused. There's litigation about it, but as far as I know, the United States is not, or the administration has not withdrawn the executive order. So there's essentially from this administration no refugee programs for anyone except. In early February, the president announced a special refugee program for Afrikaner farmers, justified A, by some concerns about South African foreign policy, but B, a claim that these were persecuted individuals. So right now, the U.S. refugee program allows a special program for Afrikaner farmers, the first group of whom arrived at Dulles Airport in Virginia not long ago, while shutting off the refugee program for everyone else. Do you think Afrikaner farmers are the most persecuted group in the world?
I think those 49 people that came certainly felt they were persecuted, and they passed every sort of check mark that had to be checked off in terms of meeting their.
No, he didn't ask you. He didn't ask you what they thought about themselves. He asked you, did you think? I think those 49 people who came felt that they were. What? Excuse me?
So right now, the U.S. refugee program allows a refugee program for everyone else. Do you think Afrikaner farmers are the most persecuted group in the world?
I think those 49 people that came certainly felt they were persecuted, and they passed every sort of check mark that had to be checked off in terms of meeting the requirements for that. They live in a country where farms are taken and land is taken on a racial basis.
Okay. Do you think they're more persecuted than Uyghurs or Rohingyas?
On a racial basis, or is it because they own more land and are the smallest, like 7% of the population and own 78% of the land? So you think that that they're going to take land of people who don't own the land? Is that what we're saying? Oh, is that what we're saying? See, we put this stuff out here for people who are willfully ignorant of the actual facts, motherfucker. But you can't tell that to people who actually know the facts. Let's continue.
Were more persecuted than political dissidents in Cuba or Venezuela or Nicaragua, were more persecuted than those who would be threatened should they be returned to Afghanistan by violence by the Taliban.
Well, the problem we face there is the volume problem, okay? If you look at all the persecuted people of the world, it's millions of people. They can't all come here. And we had refugee programs.
So
that were
why,
acting
so
as a
why,
magnet for
why
people to come here.
prioritize Afrikaner farmers?
Well, because it's a small subset, it's a new issue, and the president identified it as a problem and wanted to use it as an example. But that's different from having these refugee programs that were basically spending money to put people up in communities and accommodate them, and it was acting as a magnet. Millions of people entered the country illegally, and today the border is sealed.
Let me challenge you, and I'm just going to say for the public, if you want to understand about the, quote, persecution of Afrikaner farmers, go look at the composition of the South African government. Since July of 2024, there's a government of national unity. And the opposition party to the ANC, the Afrikaner Party, the Democracy Alliance, is part of the governing coalition.
Okay. And that opposition party has also said, I played the video for you I think it was last week. If it wasn't last week, it was this week, of them saying that no Afrikaners are being persecuted and there's no such thing as Afrikaner genocide. So we're going to ignore all of this. We're going to pretend like, oh, this is just a straight racist government that is targeting white people all of a sudden when 45, 47 gets in office and the muskrat is in his ear.
Party, the Democracy Alliance, is part of the governing coalition. They joined the governing coalition a year ago, and the leader of that party was given the remit of Agriculture Minister, John Steenhuisen. He is the leader of the former Afrikaner Party, still widely representing Afrikaners. He is the Minister of Agriculture in South Africa right now. I assert that this claim that there's persecution of Afrikaner farmers is completely specious. Are you aware ever during the apartheid era in South Africa, did the United States establish a special program to allow South African blacks who were treated as second-class citizens in the apartheid program, a special program so they could claim refugee status in the United States?
No, because I was probably in 9th grade or 8th grade at the time.
Yeah, well, then I don't expect you to know. I'll just tell you.
Okay. Were you aware? Are you aware? He didn't ask you, were you aware at the time? He asked you, are you aware? Are you aware? Do you have some awareness now of history? The thing that you're from Florida. Of course you don't, because you guys want to get rid of the history books. No, of course I don't, because I was in 7th or 8th grade. Well, you should have been learning history then. You were actually a living vessel then, and you should have. Oh, I forgot. You were a horrible student who went to subpar colleges. Let's continue.
Never has there been a program.
The instant relief for snorers.
Excuse the commercial.
Hey, stop using stupid nose things for snoring.
This is what you're throwing. A special program for Africans to come in as refugees to the United States. We've allowed a special program for Africans to come in as refugees to the program. A special program so they could claim refugee status in the United States.
No, because I was probably in 9th grade or 8th grade at the time.
Yeah, well, then I don't expect you to know. I'll just tell you, never has there been a program. A special program for Africans to come in as refugees to the United States. We've allowed special programs for people being persecuted for their religion, Soviet-era Jews. We've allowed special programs for people fleeing from communism, Cuba, Vietnam, the Soviet Union. We've never allowed a special program to allow Africans into the United States in an expedited refugee status until now. Afrikaner farmers living in a nation governed by a government of national unity that includes the main Afrikaner Party And actually, an even more right-wing Afrikaner party is also included in the coalition government. Now, would you agree with me, Mr. Secretary, that if we're interpreting the statutory phrase, a well-justified fear of persecution, we should try to do that in an even-handed way?
I think we should try to do that in the interest of the national security of the United States.
So okay, I agree with you too. We should. Should we try to do it in an even-handed way? So for example, should we say, if you're persecuted on the grounds of your religion, we'll let you in if you're a Christian, but not if you're a Muslim?
I think that the United States has a right to allow into this country and prioritize allowance of who they want to allow to come in.
So with that belief, you are prioritizing white people and under the guise of they are under some genocide. Let's be clear. Since you feel that you can have the right to dispel whoever you want and allow whoever you want into this country. So let's be clear. This is overt racism, white supremacist racism that is going on in this country. And he is telling you this, and there's no way around this.
But I'm going to ask you what.
Yeah.
So a well-justified fear of persecution.
Yeah, they thought that their farms were
don't
being
think
burned
that
down and they would
means
be killed.
anything?
I think that's a pretty good justification for wanting to come.
Where's the fact about these farms getting burned down and they were getting killed? This is an absolute lie that even the people who represent the Afrikaners say is a lie. They say that people have been killed, white and black, but more so black people because of the crime rate that is in Africa. So all of a sudden, every white person who has been killed is being killed on some type of fake genocide that you guys. So let's say every white person that gets killed in America, somebody can say that, hey, there's white genocide in America. This is bullshit. This is total bullshit that has been dispelled by even the people who are white Afrikaners, who represent the white Afrikaners. Let's keep it a buck. This is a whole lot of propaganda, propagandas and lies, and he know it's a lie.
They're afraid for their lives.
And should it be applied in an even-handed way? That's an easy.
No, our foreign policy doesn't require even-handedness. It requires prioritizing the interests of the United States.
The phrase says you are entitled to entrance as a refugee if you demonstrate a well-justified fear of persecution.
No, you're not entitled.
So
you're
can
allowed.
you have a different standard based upon the color of somebody's skin? Would that be acceptable?
Well, I'm not the one arguing that. Apparently, you are, because you don't like the fact that they're white, and that's why they're coming.
Say that would be unacceptable.
Well, no, I would say that the United States,
a very easy thing
the United States has a right to pick and choose who they allow into the United States,
even based on the color.
So they pick and choose white people. So why you so aggressive about it? Just say it. We see it. Why you so aggressive? Nobody else. They have on day one, 4547 has suspended the ability for anyone to come to the United States and claim a refugee status. Are we clear on that? You have to be clear on that to then follow that. Then 4547 then turns around and assigns another executive order giving only white Afrikaners the ability to come to the United States under a refugee status that they do not have. Are we clear on that? Okay, we're clear.
The color of somebody's skin.
You're the one that's talking about the color of their skin, not me. These
You're
are people whose
refusing to
farms were being
acknowledge
burned
that
down and they were
it's
killed because of the
even-handed.
color of their skin.
Well,
Well, you've demonstrated enough because you think anyone should be allowed into this country for any reason because they met a certain
who has
criteria.
said that?
We are going to prioritize people that come into our country on the basis of what's in the interest of this country. That's a small number of people that are coming.
What's in the interest of this country is to have people who have grown up in apartheid South Africa who are coming here under the lie, under the guise that they are being persecuted in Africa for the color of their skin, and which has been proven to be false. So he's all up in arms and yelling, "Oh, you say anybody should come here, and you think this, and you're just mad because they're white." Wah wah wah. This is such bullshit. Let's continue.
But
in
you
that
said
particular
you said
case.
this weekend that
But
there
in
would
other
be more.
cases, it's harder to vet. In other cases, it's more difficult. And by the way, the United States admits people every year. 1 million people come to this country.
Okay, so with that being said, the United States let people come in this country every year. How about year 2025? Let's talk about this year. We're talking about 2025. We're talking about what you're doing in 2025 by allowing them in here, where you have shut off the ability from anybody from all over the world coming here. In 2025, this has been done. You're now, you know history. Now all of a sudden you know history. Oh, United States have allowed people to come, but we're talking about 2025 when you have stopped allowing people from all over the world to come into the United States if they're persecuted. And we're allowing them in because it's easy to vet them. But why is it so easy to vet them? Because they're right. Did you vet this person who said all the disparaging things that he said about Jewish people, while at the same time you are taking brown people and taking their visas and their green cards because they support the Palestinian people? Did you vet and calling these people who support the Palestinian as using anti-Semitic rhetoric? But when you bring a white African in here who has period point blank said a whole lot of anti-Semitic shit, and you bring him over here as somebody who's being persecuted at the same time calling people who support the Palestinian people anti-Semitic, and this is why you're taking them out, because they are spouting hate in support just by supporting the Palestinian people. They are acting in anti-Semitic ways. But you bring in an anti-Semitic over here, get the fuck out of my face with that bullshit. This is white supremacy that you're bringing over here. This is people, period. I'm going to let this play out.
Country every year legally. 1 million.
And
people
now
a year come to this
there
country
is one
legally.
group
No
of
other
people
country
that
in the
have
world
an
is nearly as
easy
generous.
pass into this country. For the first time, this administration has said Afrikaners get an easy pass and refugee programs for the remainder of the world are shut off. And you can't say to the American public that we should apply this statute in an even-handed way.
No, I
I'm
think it should
shocked
be
at that,
applied in a
and I
way.
yield
No, you
back.
shouldn't be shocked. It should be applied in the national interest of the United States. Our immigration policy should be based on the national interest of the United States. Period. End of story. If there is a subset of people that are easier to vet, who we have a better understanding of who they are and what they're going to do when they come here, they're going to receive preference, no doubt about it. There are a lot of sad stories around the world. Millions and millions of people around the world.
What understanding do you have of the white Afrikaners who grew up in apartheid South Africa, who are now saying that they are being racially
How much should good car insurance cost?
who are now saying that they
The
are being
viral
racially
30-second pink
abused?
salt trick that melts.
What understanding do you have of these white Afrikaners, that they're white and that they are liars and that they grew up under a regime that allowed the hatred of other races? That's what you have, bitch. Okay, so let's go on to the next. Let's go on to the next thing that I wanted to show you. Let me see if it's this one right here. I am so sick of these apple cider vinegar things. Okay, let's go here. These apple cider vinegar ads. What do you add to apple cider vinegar that makes it work like one of those diet pens? I am so sick of these ads that have a secret medical. I'm gonna have to get into this YouTube no commercial thing, because I swear to God, I am so sick of these secret commercials that can give you information on how to do this about your health. Just watch this video. Watch this video. It may not be on longer. If you're able to see this, grab it before they take it off the air. They don't want you to know what we know. They don't want you to know. I am so sick of this propaganda and bullshit coming up on my YouTube feeds as commercial. Okay, Tim Kaine. Let's go with this one right here. Van Hollen questioning the same Marco Rubio. Let's hear a little bit of this questioning. Why don't we? Why don't we? Okay, here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to try to go this whole video without interrupting this video.
Secretary, you and I served together in Congress for 15 years. We didn't always agree, but I believe we shared some common values. A belief in defending democracy and human rights abroad, and honoring the Constitution at home. That's why I voted to confirm you. I believed you would stand up for those principles. You haven't. You've done the opposite. And you used to speak with conviction about the importance of foreign aid as a tool to advance American values and interests. Then you stood by while Elon Musk took a chainsaw to USAID and other assistance programs. That has left a staggering toll. Broken trust with countries, openings for China and other adversaries, and countless preventable deaths of children and others. Take Sudan, for example. The freezing of U.S. humanitarian assistance forced the closure of nearly 80% of the emergency food kitchens there. 2 million famine-affected people were left without access to food. People died because of those actions. Mothers, fathers, and children. Tons of emergency food that could have saved their lives was left rotting in warehouses because you and Elon Musk refused to let USAID do its job. Sudan is a country where, by the administration's own determination, a genocide is unfolding in Darfur. But here's where it goes from cruel to despicable. While cutting off food aid to Sudanese families living through an actual genocide, you're fast-tracking white South Africans for refugee status under a manufactured claim that they are the victims of genocide. You tried to block the admission of individuals who had already been approved to come here as refugees while making bogus claims to justify granting such status to Afrikaners. You've made a mockery of our country's refugee process, turning it into a system of global apartheid where political ideology and race, more than truth or need, matter. And while you've turned away from a genocide in Sudan and invented one in South Africa, you teamed up with President Trump to throw the Ukrainian people under the bus and have been played.
That part. You have ignored a genocide in Sudan and Israel, but you made up one for the white Afrikaners. Let's not. I'm not going to interrupt anymore. There's another point that he's going to make. I forgot. Go ahead.
Played like a fiddle by Vladimir Putin. Of course, Donald Trump now away from a genocide in Sudan and invented one in South Africa. You teamed up with President Trump to throw the Ukrainian people under the bus and have been played like a fiddle by Vladimir Putin. Of course, Donald Trump not only said he would end the war in Ukraine on day one, he also said he would end the war in Gaza on day one. And yet last week, you were all running around to Gulf states, giving away very sensitive American AI and ships technology, but doing nothing to end the war in Gaza and get the remaining hostages returned. You know that for 78 days, the Netanyahu government did not allow a scrap of food to enter Gaza to reach over 2 million civilians. 57 children have died from malnutrition so far, and more than 14,000 children are in imminent danger of dying of starvation. As Cindy McCain said last week, and I quote, "Families in Gaza are starving while the food they need is sitting at the border." That is a gross violation of both U.S. and international law. What did you do? Nothing. Not once did you publicly call them.
Nothing. Never opened his motherfucking mouth. and he has taken over USAID. They say that there is so much food that is rotting in warehouses like Dubai and other Middle Eastern warehouses. And he know that they have not allowed aid in here, and they didn't even do the cursory little, oh come on, that's not right, like they did 45-47 told Putin, Putin, stop. They didn't even do that to Netanyahu. Like, Netanyahu, stop. So many people are dying, Netanyahu. They didn't do anything. They didn't open their motherfucking mouths. I love this questioning. I love this.
That is a gross violation of both U.S. and international law. What did you do? Nothing. Not once did you publicly call upon the Netanyahu government to end the blockade. Fortunately, other countries spoke out, and now we see a tiny trickle going in. Where have you focused your energy instead, Mr. Secretary? Well, your first trip as Secretary of State was to El Salvador, not to promote democracy, but to cozy up to President Bukele, who calls himself the world's coolest dictator. The result was a cash for collusion deal to deprive people living in America of their constitutional rights to due process. The Supreme Court, in a 9-0 decision, instructed you to facilitate the return to the United States of Abrego Garcia, who the administration admitted was wrongfully deported to El Salvador. Your response? You've openly flouted judicial orders. When asked whether you have been in touch with El Salvador to return Abrego Garcia, you boasted, quote, I would never tell you that. And you know who else I would never tell? A judge. Clearly, you don't care about the Fifth Amendment right to due process, and you don't care about the First Amendment either, since you've been very busy snatching students off of college campuses for exercising their right to free speech. You dredged up a relic from the McCarthy era to claim that student protesters posed a threat to the foreign policy of the United States. Give me a break, Mr. Secretary. You know as well as I do, this isn't about national security. It's about punishing free speech. And you know that in America, the government doesn't get to use its power to punish speech it doesn't like. Yet in March, you boasted about revoking student visas, saying, and I'm quoting, we do it every day. Every time I find one of these lunatics, I take away their visa, unquote. Let's look at one of those lunatics, Mr. Secretary, Ms. Osterk. Her crime was co-authoring an op-ed in her college paper critical of Tufts University's response to the war in Gaza. Your own department found zero links to terrorism, no anti-Semitic statements, but you still yanked her visa and shipped her off to detention in Louisiana. And the list goes on and on. The federal judge in the case of Mohsen Madawi, who is the Columbia student who was ambushed by federal agents at his citizenship appointment, said, and I quote, this is the judge, legal residents not charged with crimes or misconduct are being arrested and threatened with deportation for stating their views on the political issues of the day. Our nation has seen times like this before, especially during the Red Scare and Palmer raids. Like the McCarthy-era witch hunts of the 1950s, your campaign of fear and repression is eating away at foundational values of our democracy. Back then, it took one voice, Attorney Joseph Welch, to cut through the hysteria with the simple question that marked the beginning of the end of that shameful era. He asked Senator McCarthy, have you no sense of decency? And I would ask you the same, Secretary Rubio. You have shown, your words and your actions, what the answer is. And I have to tell you directly and personally that I regret voting for you for Secretary of State. I yield back.
May I respond?
You may say.
Well, first of all, your regret for voting for me confirms I'm doing a good job based on what I know.
Well, that's just
Your
a flippant
record and
statement,
what you
Mr. Secretary.
Can I respond, Mr. Chairman?
You may.
I didn't ask
Senator,
questions.
please let the Secretary have
I'd be
the
happy
floor.
to, but then I can respond to his.
Your time's up, Senator, and willfully used, I might add.
well-
Your remarks do not represent the view of this committee.
Well, Mr. Chairman-
Secretary, please.
Well, I can't respond to everything he said because much of these are untrue, but I'll go through a few. First of all, I'm actually very proud of the work we've done with USAID. For example, I don't regret cutting $10 million for male circumcisions in Mozambique. I don't know how that makes us stronger and more prosperous as a nation.
I
I
raised
don't regret
Sudan,
psychosocial support services.
I
for
raised
USAID.
Sudan, Mr. Secretary.
Okay. So he wants to talk about male circumcision, and he wants to talk about everything that he did not talk about. Everything that was not addressed to him. There was enough things that you're leaving on the floor. You're just saying that these things are not true. And then you're going on to talk about all of this other shit. Are you proud of all of this food that are rotting in warehouses? That's what we want to know, bitch. Let's continue.
Secretary.
Can I respond,
Senator?
Senator, I'd ask you to suspend. You had 7 straight minutes.
I chose to
railing on-
use my time that way, Mr. Chairman. That's my right to
Please
use my time
suspend,
that way.
Secretary Rubio.
Well, I can go on. I mean, there's other things here. We spent $227,000 for Big Cat's YouTube channel from USAID. We spent $14 million for social cohesion in Mali, whatever the hell that means. So I can go on and on. I got the list here.
But you cut it. You don't even know what it means. What you're saying it was you suspending, but you don't even know what it means. Okay, let's continue.
There's more. I didn't even bring the whole list. In the case of El Salvador, absolutely. Absolutely. We deported gang members, including the one you had a mark.
And that has been proven where? That has been proven where? Nowhere.
Margarita with. And that guy is a human trafficker, and that guy is a gangbanger, and the evidence is going to be clear in the days to come. You're going to see who you went to.
Well, the evidence is going to be clear. The evidence should already be clear since you're affirming that all of this stuff is true of him. The evidence should already be clear. It's going to be clear.
Senator, please, Secretary Rubio has the floor.
Why do I care about this? Because this is your government just saying that these people are affirmatively whatever they say they are. And they have not been allowed any due process. This is your government. If they can do it to one, they can do it to all. And that includes you. This is why I am talking on these subject matters, because don't sit and think that, oh, it's happening to others. What is that saying? When they came for the machinist, I said nothing. When they came for the what was the other group of people? The unionists, I said nothing. But when they came for me, there was nobody else to speak for me. So if you stay quiet when they do it to one, when they break the Constitution that you have been guaranteed, not as only as an American citizen, but as being in America. See, that's the thing. But see, y'all, they want to try to make you feel like, oh, the Constitution is no. We're gonna follow the line of the Constitution. So if they say, well, the Constitution is only for 100% Americans, real Americans, and Black people are only 3/5 of a human being. Who's to say they won't say that to take away your constitutional rights? It's in the Constitution that Black people are only 3/5 of a man. So the Constitution shouldn't even consider them. Is it the Constitution that say that Black people are 3/5 of the man, or is it the what is that? Declaration of Independence? One of the other of them. So they will find any way to twist this onto your asses.
Chairman, he can't make unsubstantiated comments like that.
Secretary Rubio has the floor.
He cannot make unsubstantiated claims like that. That's exactly what he's doing, making unsubstantiated claims.
Mr. Chairman,
Secretary Rubio has the floor.
Mr. Chairman, he can't make unsubstantiated comments like that.
Secretary Rubio has the floor.
Secretary Rubio should take that testimony to the federal court of the United States because he hasn't done it under oath.
Here's another point, okay?
Yeah, how come they haven't taken this to any court? How come they just denied him his rights and just want to say he has not been charged with any of these things? So this is how your government wants to operate. Let's continue.
A division in our government between the federal branch and the judicial branch. No judge in the judicial branch cannot tell me or the president how to conduct foreign policy. No judge can tell me how I have to outreach to a foreign partner or what I need to say to them. And if I do reach that foreign partner and talk to them, I have under no obligation to share that with the judiciary branch. Just like
and nobody told you to share a goddamn thing. They told you to follow the law in these deportations. All of this your foreign policy and all that shit. Nobody gives a fuck about your racist ass foreign policy. You have the unmitigated gall to sit up here and try to hold up some white supremacy bullshit. And that's what a lot of those Cubans do. That's why a lot of those Cubans are over there crying, because they want to pretend like they are so white related. They want to pretend like they are so white adjacent. And then when they start deporting these Cubans, they felt betrayed. Motherfucker, nobody told you to come over here and act as if Michael Rubio is a whole fucking anchor baby himself. While America accepted either his grandfather or his father over here under the claims of persecution that they were under in Cuba, he's a fucking anchor baby. And he has the unmitigated gall to come over here with this white supremacy bullshit. Talking about who don't deserve. You didn't deserve. If they don't deserve it, neither did you. Neither did your ancestors, Rubio. If they don't deserve it, you don't deserve it. If the people who are coming over here making claims of persecution in their own nation, I'm not just talking about motherfuckers who are over here jumping the border to find an easier life, not going through the proper channels. No, they fucking up America. Yes, they are fucking up America. Even if they haven't committed a crime, they're overpopulating America, and what they are also doing is they're making it harder for American citizens to find jobs, because what do? They deal with each other's only. They are the one who incorporate people fresh over the border and give them jobs. They don't have to apply for jobs. This is not just with people who are coming over the southern border. This also applies to the Asian population, the illegal Asian population. But you don't see too much of them being roped in by ICE. Why is that? Why is it always the black and brown people? But fuck them. You know, a lot of them dumb motherfuckers voted for this administration. So a lot of them are getting what their hand called for. I'm not about no illegal immigration. I am about the fucking law that I have to live up to. I ain't about no illegal immigration, but I am definitely not about making it easier to scale back our rights and make it seem like it's okay to scale back our rights, because these people they're not American citizens and they are still allowed due process. Fuck what you saying.
It's like a judge cannot order me to negotiate with a foreign minister of Russia. They cannot order me to negotiate with a foreign minister or the president of El Salvador. And if I did negotiate with them, which we have responded to them, and we've told them we've had communications with the president of El Salvador, I am under no obligation under our division of powers in this country and to share with the judicial branch how I conducted diplomacy of the United States.
Nobody's even talking about this. What they're saying is you disobeyed a judge's order to bring him back. Ain't nobody talking about no diplomacy or no nothing. What the judicial branch told you is to facilitate getting him back. And all of this talking that you talking means absolutely nothing to what was presented to you, motherfucker.
States, it would actually be counterproductive. If I started sharing with courts, or frankly, with the media, my conversations with foreign leaders and all of their details, no foreign leader would talk to me again, and we would break trust with them. So I have
nobody trusts you. So you would rather a foreign leader who knows you're a liar to not trust you as opposed to the nation that you are supposed to be representing. Quite frankly, no foreign leader trusts you, nor any American citizen with a half a brain trusts you either. Next. Let's go to the next. I think we have. Who is that? What's that? Let me see. Let's go to this one right here. Let's go to Jeff Merkley. If you guys missed what's going on in your government. I'm just sharing a little of this with you guys. Let's see.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and greetings, Secretary Rubio. And
Oh, I think I just did that one. Oh, no, I haven't.
A number of human rights issues related to China, Taiwan, Tibet, Hong Kong, and certainly the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which I think is a standard and a strategy I hope will spread to other countries to reject goods made by slave labor in China. Today, however, I want to wrestle a bit with another, what I consider to be a humanitarian tragedy, the conditions in Gaza. I very much supported Israel going after Hamas following October 7th, but we are now well over a year and a half into this, and there's a new phase of events, which I'll try to summarize. 6 months ago, Finance Minister Smotrich said Israel should thin the population through voluntary migration. He also used the term encouraged migration. These terms are considered a euphemism for forced displacement, and the strategies of forced migration are food denial, the demolition of homes so that there's no place to return to, and driving people from one area in the Gaza Strip south to the southern side. Then there is a new plan called Operation Gideon's Chariot, mass call-up of troops in Israel. And Netanyahu said a few days ago, he said, we're going to take over all the areas of the Gaza Strip. By the way, on that forced displacement or the demolition of homes, I want to put up a chart to accentuate the point. This is satellite images done by the New York Times that show before the war, the detailed homes, mass damage before the ceasefire, and then since the ceasefire, absolutely the entire neighborhood turned to rubble. There's just basically nothing left that is habitable. So I wanted to just make the point that it's not some theory about the strategy. The strategy is being implemented and implemented very aggressively and effectively. But let me return to the issue of food denial. The Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs estimated that in February, 2,000 children were admitted for treatment of acute malnutrition. I was thinking about the strips that are used. They're called MUAC strips, mid-upper arm circumference. It's basically a measure of the bicep. And I saw them I went to areas that were under starvation in Africa, and I saw these being used, and you'd see a child, and you would think this child is just maybe 2 years old, maybe 5 years old, and their arms as thin as toothpicks. And I was struck when a UN health representative returned and said, and I quote, I've seen them in the wards, referring to the hospital wards, a child of 5 years old, and I thought he was 2 and a half. So Ulcha said 2,000 children, acute malnutrition. That's a nice way of saying we're starving. In March, there were 36 children admitted for acute malnutrition. The denial of food the blockade began March 2nd. So the numbers are undoubtedly up much higher in April and now into May. The World Health Organization reported a couple days ago that 57 children had died from the effects of malnutrition. That blockade shows signs of being changed. Netanyahu has made some public comments. He said, we will not stand by. Let's see. We cannot reach a point of starvation for practical and diplomatic reasons. He went on to say that mass starvation is a red line that could cost Israel support from the U.S. He didn't say it was a humanitarian problem, but support from the U.S. And yesterday, 5 trucks went in, and there's a plan to get up to 100 trucks. But 5 trucks is 1% of the amount needed for daily food supplements, and 100 trucks is still only 20% in an area that's already extremely hungry. This has led Canada, France, and Britain to say we cannot stand by while the Netanyahu government pursues these egregious actions. The level of human suffering is intolerable. So I guess my question here is the U.S. is a very close ally to Israel, both in military, security support, certainly in economic support. Is the administration conveying to the Netanyahu government that encouraging migration through food denial is an unacceptable strategy?
Well, let me say, I won't discuss, obviously, for many different reasons, what we share with our partners and allies. But I will walk you through some of the steps you've rightly outlined, what has happened.
It's not too long a speech, because I'm really trying to get where our administration is standing.
Well, I'm still trying to get the Senate out of me, so I still talk longer than I should, so I'll be more brief.
I'm going to have to reclaim some time, but go ahead, try to keep it very...
Well, you want me to answer?
I do want you to answer, but hopefully answering the question is pretty simple: does the U.S. consider this an acceptable strategy of encouraging migration?
Well, I would say that we were pleased and to see that aid is starting to flow in again. I understand your point that it's not in sufficient amounts, but we were pleased to see that decision was made. I understand another 100 trucks are behind that and maybe more in the next few days. I'll also tell you that I met in Rome 3 days ago with the World Food Program to walk through some of the ideas and plans they had for distribution on the ground. And ultimately, the answer here is for this to end, hopefully with the elimination of Hamas, because the people of Gaza deserve a more prosperous, peaceful future, which they'll never have as long as Hamas exists.
Well, thank you. That was brief and well done. Thank you. So then the second
exists.
Well,
I apologize.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Merkley.
I made a mistake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. But 5 trucks is 1% of the amount needed for daily food supplements. And 100 trucks is still only 20%, an area that's already extremely.
So I still talk longer than I should,
Yeah, well,
so I'll be more brief.
I'm going to have to
some of the steps you've rightly outlined, what has happened
It's
over the
not
last.
too long a speech because I'm really trying to get where our administration is standing.
Well, I'm still trying to get the Senate out of me, so I still talk longer than I should.
Yeah, well-
So to go with the World Food Program to walk through some of the ideas and plans they had for distribution on the ground. And ultimately, the answer here is for this to end, hopefully with the elimination of Hamas, because the people of Gaza deserve a more prosperous, peaceful future, which they'll never have as long as Hamas exists.
Well, thank you. That was brief and well done. Thank you. So then the second part of this is the systematic destruction of remaining homes as a way to make it impossible for people to stay in Gaza. Does the U.S. discourage that? Is it discouraging the Netanyahu government from continuing that strategy?
Well, we don't view that that's their strategy. We understand that they are targeting elements of Hamas, is what they have claimed and said to us and to the world, that they believe that they need to root out the remaining elements of Hamas, who, by the way, have been an impediment to multiple ceasefires that I know have been negotiated and even agreed upon by Hamas external and then vetoed by Hamas internal.
Is the U.S., it sounds like then, therefore, we're not concerned about that, or you characterize it differently. There has been reports of the administration working behind the scenes to develop a plan to help deport Gazans to Libya. Have you been involved in any discussions related to deporting people from Gaza, Palestinians in Gaza, to Libya?
No, there's no deportation. What we have talked to some nations about is if someone voluntarily and willingly says, I want to go somewhere else for some period of time because I'm sick, because my children need to go to school, or what have you, are there countries in the region willing to accept them for some period of time? But those would be voluntary decisions by individuals.
Well, if they're voluntary decisions because there's no clean water, there is no food, and bombing is all around you, is that really a voluntary decision?
Well, ultimately, that's the point, right? And that is you don't want people trapped there. They may want to come back. They may want to live there in the future, but right now they can't. And if there's some nation willing to accept them in the interim period, yes, we've asked countries preliminarily whether they would be open to accepting people, not as a permanent situation, but as a bridge towards reconstruction.
Does that include Libya?
I'm not aware of Libya.
Thank you. I will just summarize since my time is up. I think the U.S. has a moral responsibility to fiercely convey to the Netanyahu government that using food as an instrument of war is unacceptable. It's a violation of international humanitarian law. It's mass punishment. We have now children who are dying, and while Netanyahu said he doesn't want to see mass starvation, he's drawing the line at mass starvation, but we're seeing real starvation right now. And I think we owe it to our connection and our close relationship to Israel to powerfully convey the importance of not just 5 trucks a day like yesterday or 100 trucks a day, but enough food to end the starvation. Is that a policy you can get behind?
To ultimately rebuild and provide people a future in Gaza?
To get behind enough trucks to end the starvation?
Yeah, we've made that point. Look, I think ultimately, I don't think you would have seen the events of the last couple of days without our engagement, the engagement of others. Israel remains a strong ally. We're supportive. We understand why for their security Hamas cannot exist. We are also very happy to see that they have allowed aid to begin to flow, and we hope that that will continue.
Concluding comment, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your tolerance. It's an important topic. Netanyahu did say he was responding to remarks and pressure from American politicians. I assume that's the administration saying that we, America, cannot accept mass starvation. But I would encourage you to push not for 5 or 100 trucks, but enough food to end the fact that children are starving and adults are starving, innocents are starving. Our close relationship, we need to end it.
Senator McCormick.
Watch this fridge test for fake olive oil.
Hold on 1 second.
Olive oil in the fridge overnight. Supposedly, if your olive oil is
Okay.
sent to introduce the article from PBS News.
Okay. So that's what I wanted to share with you guys today. I want to know if Marco Rubio feels the same way about the UK as he does about South Africa. While the UK have not filed any war crime war crimes against South Africa. Let's see what the UN is saying. Not South Africa, against Israel. Let's listen to carefully what they are saying. Here we go. About what's going on in Gaza.
Critical over Israel's actions. And I want to put on record today that we're horrified by the escalation from Israel. The recent announcement that Israel will allow a basic quantity of food into Gaza, a basic quantity, is totally and utterly inadequate.
The British government today suspended free trade talks with Israel and hit settlers in the West Bank with new sanctions. France and Canada.
Okay, so did you guys know that the UN, what is the UK, has suspended free trade talks with Israel? Okay, so a free nation can do and deal with Israel or not in the way that they choose to. If they are part of the United Nations and they see war crimes, they can call war crimes. You can be mad about it because you supporting the people who are doing the war crimes, but you cannot lie on other nations because of it, especially because these nations are black and you feel that you can do anything that you want to and try to make any lie stick on black people because it has been so easy for you in the past. Marco Rubio, didn't they used to do the same things to Cuban when the Cuban Americans were bought over here? They said that they bought the worst of the worst Cubans over here. They said that they bought criminals and people from insane asylum. They said that they let all the people out of jail and allowed them to come over here when there was that big what do they call it, flotilla or whatever of Cubans that came over here, and it was real easy for them to say that about your race of people. And now you're sitting up trying to do the same thing about black Africans. How disgusting. Let's continue.
Canada have also voiced concerns about what they called Israel's egregious actions in Gaza and have threatened to take action as well. Instability in the Middle East was just one of the topics Secretary of State Marco Rubio tackled today in a pair of hearings on Capitol Hill. In his first testimony before his former Senate colleagues, Rubio defended the Trump administration's policies on Ukraine, foreign aid, and refugee admissions, and he warned that Syria could soon fall back into civil war.
Frankly, the Transitional Authority, given the challenges they're facing, are maybe weeks, not many months, away from potential collapse and a full-scale civil war of epic proportions, basically.
Not Syria. Not Syria. Not Syria, who 45-47 made a big proclamation about him taking off the sanctions of Syria because they have a new interim leader who is a former Al-Qaeda leader. You are the Secretary of State and you feel that they can go into a civil war within weeks, and you have let 45-47 just this last weekend tell us how he's taking all of these sanctions off of Syria, and he hoped that they can come around to and the ignoring of the bloodbath that happened in Syria, over religion. All of this was ignored, and what is this? MJ, whatever his name, OMB, whatever the dude name is, the prince name is. You wanted to show off for him so badly, and when you said that all the things that you were doing for Syria, he clapped real excited about it. He seemed to be very, very happy. A crown prince of Saudi Arabia. Y'all remember that? If you don't remember that, shit, you missed a lot. But now you're telling me that here is Marco Rubio talking about Syria maybe in a civil war in a couple of weeks. So what was all that about? We need to check your pockets. We need to check your pockets, 45 and 47. You went over there and you said a lot about Syria, even avoiding them into the what is it? What is it? Abraham agreements. Is it Abraham? It's not. I don't know. Yeah, you said a lot over there. For countries is going back to war.
Basically, the
Civil
country's
war.
splitting up.
Rubio went on to say that if Syria's new government collapses, it could lead to chaos throughout the Middle East. Also on Capitol Hill, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem stirred controversy by making the false claim.
Oh, now I didn't pull this. I'm glad they are playing this here. This dumbbell didn't even know what habeas corpus meant. Remember they said 4547 is thinking about suspending habeas corpus, and this is who is over the Department of Homeland Security. They are thinking about us suspending this so it would make it easier for her department to deport undocumented immigrants from this country, and not, they try to pretend like they really don't care, but like I said in the statement, well, no, I didn't say it in this. I was surprised that out of all people, Marco, I was surprised, child. Where was I? Where was I? I was right here. I was right here. The Trump orders that the government to stop enforcing rules he doesn't like. A new tactic. Forgetting federal rules and policies that the president dislikes, simply stop enforcing them. So this is the thing that they are doing. They are trying to undermine the government laws any way they can. So I'm glad this is in here. She didn't even know what it meant.
Claim that the constitutional writ of habeas corpus justifies the administration's ability to detain and deport migrants. Democratic Senator Maggie Hassan corrected her.
Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country and suspend their right
let me stop you, ma'am.
suspend their right
Habeas
to-
corpus, excuse me, that's incorrect. Habeas corpus is the legal principle that requires that the government provide a public reason for detaining and imprisoning people. If not for that protection, the government could simply arrest people.
And practically, habeas corpus involves the right to challenge one's detention in court. The Trump administration has floated the idea of suspending it as part of its broader efforts to expel undocumented immigrants, but only Congress has the authority to do so. The FDA is...
Oh. Okay. Okay. I think I forgot to add this. I may have added this, but I didn't know this story was on this segment. And as soon as I saw it, it reminds me. Now, you're another unqualified head of a department. The head of the Health and Human Services has said that it is no longer going to require adults to get a COVID vaccine. It said that they are only going to be using the COVID vaccines on senior citizens and those with compromised immunity, compromised systems. Okay, so let's go into this.
FDA is changing the way it approves annual COVID-19 vaccines. The pivot means that officials will no longer routinely approve annual shots for younger adults and healthy children. The agency said it wants to see new clinical trials showing COVID shots are still safe and effective before approving them for healthy adults and children. It's a costly new requirement for pharmaceutical companies that could limit who gets new shots each year, but the FDA says the vaccines will remain fully available to adults over age 65 and others with increased health risks.
So they're saying that they wanted to make sure that they are still safe. Make this make sense. They want to make sure that the shot is still safe. but they are still going to be freely given to people age 65. So you are going to freely give something that you are questioning is still safe automatically to people who are over the age 65. So what are you trying to get rid of the senior population because you acting like you don't know if the vaccine is still safe or not? So is that what we're doing? Is that what we're doing? We're trying to X out old people so you don't have to, so you can save money on Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security because there will be no senior citizen around to pay them. Is that what you're doing? I'm just curious. I'm just real curious. Okay. Let me see if there's anything else I want to share with you. Of course, I want to share. I'll leave you with my favorites. I love the way they fuss about 45, 47. It's nothing more that I love more. Well, there is, but we'll listen to them in the interim. Okay. I've had it.
Spiraling cognitive decline. The president of the United States, Donald Trump, is a petty, immature, petulant titty baby. Play the clip.
A couple of tweaks. I mean, we don't want to benefit Democrat governors, although I would do that if it made it better, but they don't know what they're doing. We don't want to do.
For those of you who don't know, I want to make sure I don't have this sped up at all because they play his voice in the chipmunk style voice automatically. So I don't want you to, I want you to be able to understand what he says. Let's get back to that
clip.
A couple of tweaks. I mean, we don't want to benefit Democrat governors, although I would do that if it made it better, but they don't know what they're doing. We don't want to do any damage to the state. We want to help all the states, but we have governors that are from the Democrat party. Let's say New York, Illinois, big ones, and let's say Gavin Newsom has done a horrible job in California. We want to benefit we want to benefit Republicans because they are the ones that are going to make America great again. The Democrats are destroying our country, and you see that with the past administration, with an open borders policy that allowed 21 million people into our country, and many of those people are stone-cold murderers, killers, and
21 million people were allowed in this country under Biden. Okay, let's continue. And many of them are murderers. The same thing that he said coming down. I'm just.
Okay, it's enough of the lies. Okay, several things here.
Me too.
Number one, he's standing right next to follower Moses Mike Johnson, and he's sitting there calling the governor of California, Gavin Newsom. He's criticizing the governor of Illinois, New York, California. And here are the facts on the ground. These states, Illinois, New York, California, are what are referred to as donor states. They give more in federal income taxes than they pay back. States like ours that we live in, Oklahoma, MAGA super majority, not one county went blue, are parasitic states. They take more than they give. Furthermore, it's really rich that these MAGA guys want to run around browbeating Joe Biden right now. And Joe Biden, whether you like him or not, or you thought he was too old or whatever, number one, he's not president anymore. But number two, he was president for every single person. If there was a disaster in a red state, he immediately released FEMA funds to help Americans, regardless of political party. He didn't play politics because he was a big boy. But this guy is a little tiny toddler that is sitting here at the top of the world playing politics with states whose policies he disagree with that pay for all of his and his billionaire friends' ability to not pay taxes. That's what this is. It is a long con where these people are consistently trying to lie to their supporters and say, you can't have nice things because of these immigrants or because.
Yeah, so I'll go over there and check them out. The link is in my description box. The name of the page is iHip News. So I'll go over there. The link is in my description box. I want to make sure I am not missing anything that I wanted to share with you. So let me go back through and check on my links that I have pinned for to share with you today. Give me one moment, please. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Y'all heard about the Golden Dome? Uh, uh, there is going to be a new Golden Dome. Let me see. Lord have mercy. Oh my goodness. I think I'm going to. Okay, let me share this. One more Rubio thing. They have announced that 4547 is going to has a markup for some Golden Dome. Like the dome that what is the one that Israel have? That dome that repels any incoming shells, missiles, or anything that's going to strike the United States. And he has always found that it was fascinating. He said even Ronald Reagan, I think it was Reagan, it was either Reagan and Nixon. He said that even they talked about having one, but the technology wasn't there. But now that the technology is here, this is what we're going to initiate as one of our new military things. So we'd be remiss if we didn't state that in this budget they want to bring the military budget up to $1 trillion. And let's not forget the place where his welfare queen Elon Musk gets most of his finance and contracts is from the Defense Department. So I don't know who's going to build this a new announcement that they've made out about the Golden Dome. I don't know who that will be granted to. So keep your eyes peeled for that one, the Golden Dome. Now let's see Greg Meeks. I haven't seen this one. I did not see this one on yesterday. So let's watch it together. Shall we? Real quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Rubio, I'm glad you are finally before this committee. Your testimony actually comes long after the State Department, under your leadership, took actions without required congressional consultation or that were contrary to the law. But I guess it's better late than never. But let me be clear, showing up months after the fact and refusing to stay until every member has questioned you for 5 minutes as entitled to under House rules are not the standards to which we hold the Secretary of State. Mr. Secretary, I've known you for a while, and I respected very much Senator Rubio, even when we disagreed. Senator Rubio was a principled statesman. Secretary Rubio, however, as we've seen in the past few months, is something different entirely. As a senator, you spoke often and forcefully about the dangers of executive overreach. You warned America not to lose its moral clarity or sacrifice democratic principles for short-term gain. Senator Rubio recognized that we cannot allow the executive branch to unilaterally determine the direction of the United States foreign policy without accountability to Congress. Secretary Rubio is doing precisely what Senator Rubio feared, withholding congressional appropriated funds, stonewalling oversight, and acting as if laws passed by this body are optional. Secretary Rubio has presided over the dismantling and destruction of everything Senator Rubio once defended. So although you may be the Secretary of State, the acting head of USAID, the National Security Advisor, the Archivist of America, the empire you have stumbled upon is not one of influence, sir. It is a kingdom of ash. So I ask, was it worth it? Was it worth it to allow the near extension of U.S. foreign assistance and USAID, which Senator Rubio said, and I quote, is a very cost-effective way not only to export our values and our example, but to advance our security and our economic interests? And lie is exactly what this administration has done again and again. Each time Elon Musk and his Department of Awesomeness brag and mislead the American public about massively inflated savings or lie about the programs they have cut and their purpose, they're not telling you about the food that rotted on the shelves while people went hungry, or the medicine that was undistributed to children needlessly suffering, or the trust that was lost by your actions. But I believe you know better because you said as much. And yet, here we are. In 2022, Senator Rubio warned about the urgent and growing threat posed by China and called for a fully funded State Department and USAID. Senator Rubio wrote that soft power tools and alliances were vital to our national security. And today, Secretary Rubio is here to defend an 84% cut of the foreign affairs budget. How does hollowing out our State Department and dismantling USAID help us compete with China? How does the America Alone budget project American strength? On human rights, the contrast is even starker. Senator Rubio built his political brand on the cause of freedom and dignity. You condemned autocrats in Caracas, Havana, and Beijing for silencing dissent. But Secretary Rubio, he looks the other way when strongmen commit similar abuses. Secretary Rubio even defied a Supreme Court order to facilitate the return of a wrongly detained spouse of an American citizen. And when Senator Rubio became the first Hispanic American to serve as Secretary of State, he made sure to pull the ladder up behind him. In the name of dismantling efforts to making hiring and promotion fair, as you call it, wokeness, you have unlawfully dismantled programs designed to address decades of historical exclusion. These are not political experiments. They were congressionally supported efforts rooted in bipartisan recognition that our diplomatic corps must reflect the diversity and the strength of the nation it represents abroad. These are initiatives that Senator Rubio supported. You replaced experienced career employees with ideologues and political loyalists. Under your watch, sir, America's diplomatic and development corps have suffered the greatest brain drain in history, and America has been weakened and made more isolated by the actions of an administration that has abandoned its allies, cozied up to dictators, and conducted a foreign policy driven not by interests of the American people, but in support of the personal enrichment of the president and his family. And with that, I yield back.
Burglars hate this little camera, and here's why smart homeowners everywhere are switching. It sees in total darkness. It alerts you instantly when someone steps on your property, and it's 100% wire-free. No installers, no monthly fees. Have you ever come home and noticed your front door slightly open? Your heart skips, your mind races, you freeze for a second. You ask yourself, was it just the wind or something worse? The truth is, most break-ins don't start with broken glass. They start with opportunity, and by the time a traditional system notifies you, it's already too late. That's why more than 75,000 homeowners are turning to Secret Scope, a military-inspired compact security camera designed to keep you one step ahead. Secret Scope gives you instant mobile alerts the second it detects motion, day or night. It sees in pitch black darkness. It records in crystal clear HD. And it sets up in seconds. No wires, no drilling, no monthly contracts. Originally developed with input from MIT engineers and military experts, Secret Scope was designed for high-risk, high-security environments. Now it's available for families like yours who just want to feel safe again. It's already protecting over 75,000 homes across the country, and the reviews are pouring in. One customer said, "I caught someone snooping around my car at 3 a.m. The footage was crystal clear. I sent it straight to the police." These stories are happening every day because this little device works. And right now, for a limited time only, you can get Secret Scope at 50% off. But the discount is only available while supplies last. Once this batch is gone, the deal disappears. If you've ever felt even a little uneasy at home, now's the time to take action. Click the link below to claim your Secret Scope at 50% off and protect your home and your family with the same technology trusted in the field. Because real security doesn't react, it prevents. Click now and take control today.
A fatigued and demented Donald Trump just made a disastrous appearance on Capitol Hill. He was there to threaten and coerce MAGA Republican Congress members into voting for the budget bill, which does not have enough support right now to pass in its current form. Donald Trump's appearance on Capitol Hill this morning had the exact opposite effect. More MAGA Republican Congress members say they are not voting for this bill now. There's a faction that says that they want more cuts to Medicaid. There's a faction that says that they need changes to the state and local tax deduction caps that Donald Trump put on a lot of blue states during Trump's first term. And these MAGA Republican Congress members from those states are saying their states are getting screwed. You have other Congress members who are pissed that this is going to add trillions of dollars to the deficit. So Donald Trump was asked by a reporter, hey, in your budget, you cut food assistance programs. How do you justify cutting food assistance programs when one of your central promises to the American people during the campaign is that you were going to make groceries more affordable? Here's what Donald Trump says. Let's play this clip.
You campaigned on lowering the price of groceries. How do you justify cutting food assistance in this bill?
Let me just tell you, the cut is going to give everybody much more food because prices are coming way down. Groceries are down. Eggs. You told me about eggs. You asked me a question about eggs. My first week, you said eggs. I said, I just got here. Tell me about eggs. And it was going through the roof. You know that eggs now, way down. Everybody's buying eggs. Groceries down. Energy's down. Gasoline is now they're buying gasoline now for $1.99. If you look back, you'll see $3.50, $4. This country, we're going to lose this country. Our country now is respected all over the world. All over the world, we're respected. We were a laughing stock.
So let's be clear. The prices of groceries are going up. Inflation is going up. Donald Trump can lie all he wants and says gas prices are $1.99. They are not. Grocery prices are going up, and Donald Trump is not making more food available. In fact, if anything, his trade war against the world is going to create more scarcity, and it's really harming and screwing over American farmers. Donald Trump next is asked by a Capitol Hill reporter, Jake Sherman, if he just wants these negotiations over the budget bill to be over already. Donald Trump doesn't even realize there are still negotiations taking place and that the House of Representatives has not agreed on complete language for this bill. Here, play this clip.
Do you want the negotiations to be over now? Which negotiation? Over this bill. Oh yeah, well it's going to be. We're going to be putting it in soon, and I think we're going to have great support. We're going to make a couple of tweaks. I mean, we don't want to benefit Democrat governors, although I would do that if it made it better, but they don't know what they're doing. We don't want to do any damage to a state. We want to help all the states, but we have governors that are from the Democrat party. Let's say New York, Illinois, big ones, and let's say Gavin Newsom, who's done a horrible job in California. We want to benefit we want to benefit Republicans because they are the ones that are going to make America great again. The Democrats are destroying our country, and you see that with the past administration with an open borders policy that allowed 21 million people into our country, and many of those people are stone cold murderers, killers, and trouble. Yeah.
Did you hear what he said there? Which negotiations? The negotiations you're there for. Like literally the negotiations taking place right now over the budget bill, where you have different factions who are not supporting this bill for different reasons. The faction that says that, again, the deficit's going to be too high, the faction that wants to cut more Medicaid, the faction that thinks that the current cap on the state and local tax deductions are not appropriate. Those negotiations, Donald. Then Donald Trump goes on this rant and says we're not doing any cutting on anything meaningful. When we attack Medicaid, it's just going to be fraud, waste, and abuse. Play this clip.
Do you consider some of the proposals on the table in co-pay and provider tax as a benefit cut? How are you viewing them?
No, we are looking at one thing. We're not doing any cutting of anything meaningful. The only thing we're cutting is waste, fraud, and abuse. With Medicaid, waste, fraud, and abuse. There's tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse. There's incompetent things with it. We have illegal aliens that are multiple killers with multiple murder records.
My friends laughed at me for buying this, and now they ask me where I got this. So I almost made the dumbest mistake of my life. I got this handcrafted Japanese-like kitchen knife, and honestly, I was ready to return it. I did not expect it to be this crazy, but before I was going to ship it back, I figured I'd at least try it, since I've already wasted thousands on those cheap knives that can't even slice butter on a warm day. And guys, holy shit, this thing didn't just cut. It glided through everything like some kind of kitchen laser. That's when I realized I wasn't just keeping it. I needed to get more as a gift for my friends and family as soon as possible. I called up their support team immediately. Hey, can I still get in on that 70% off deal? They explained to me that since the holidays are over, normally this deal would be gone, but they've made a bit of a mistake, and the deal is back. Apparently, they completely sold out on Black Friday, but then panicked with the holiday season coming. So they doubled their production and made way too many knives. Now their warehouse is overflowing, and they need to get rid of inventory fast. So they're running this insane deal. But once their stock gets back to normal, this deal is over. Top chefs and home cooks are obsessed with the Matsudo knife for many reasons. One, its blade is made using ancient techniques perfected over generations, providing unmatched sharpness that lasts a lifetime. Two, the knife's perfect balance ensures precision and control, allowing you to slice through any ingredient effortlessly. Three, the ergonomic handle, crafted from Japanese oak wood, fits naturally in your hand, reducing fatigue during long meal prep sessions. Four, its unique design features a hole near the blade, allowing your index finger to rest comfortably, making it easier to handle even the toughest foods. Five, the Matsudo knife replaces the need for an entire set of knives. This one tool can handle 95% of your kitchen tasks, from cutting meat to slicing vegetables. Six, the knife's dimples prevent ingredients from sticking to the blade, meaning you can slice with ease and speed. Seven, it's built to last. No more replacing dull knives every few years. Matsudo is an investment in quality that will serve you for years. 8. The Matsudo knife stays sharp even after months of daily use, reducing the need for constant sharpening. 9. It's designed for anyone, whether you're a professional chef or a home cook looking for a reliable and versatile kitchen tool. Now, here's the deal. We've got a special announcement for you. Only the viewers of this video will receive a unique 70% discount on their Matsudo knife today. 70% off, along with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So click the link below and visit the official website. This special deal is only available for a short time, so order now and secure your Matsudo knife today. The demand is skyrocketing, so act fast. Click the link below and claim your special offer. Time is ticking, so what are you waiting for? You're going to love it.
I don't think anybody minds that we got that. The Democrats, on the other hand, are going to destroy it because they're going to leave these people on. We're cutting three things: waste, fraud, and abuse. We're not changing Medicaid, and we're not changing Medicare, and we're not changing Social Security. And if I wanted to do those things, I would have done it during my 4 years.
So yes, folks, Donald Trump says he's going to be the one. King Donald will be the one to decide whether you stay on Medicaid or you get cut from Medicaid. And this is at the same time that we learned this morning that now U.S. regulators are saying that annual COVID-19 shots for healthy younger adults and children will no longer be routinely approved. So if you are under, this is what the new guidance is from the Trump regime. If you are under 60.
Okay, I told you that's all I have. I think that's all I have to share today. Let me verify. That's all I have to share today. I think that is it. Yeah, I think that's it. The Babbitt family gets $5 million. The Golden Dome. Yeah, that's it. So that's it. I hope you guys have a great remaining of your day. I'm going to leave you with another thing that was discovered in the hearings yesterday. They interviewed these big insurance companies that would insure your houses, like State Farm, Allstate, and all of these type of things. It's being discovered that a lot of these big insurance companies are under pressure from their higher ups to save money. So they are readjusting claims that have been reviewed by their employers prior to them giving you your insurance amount that you will receive for any harm that is done to your property due to weather events. One woman is testifying that her insurance company offered her about $43,000 to $48,000 when in fact the damage to her home, the initial claim that he took to his boss that he was going to bring to her was over $400,000 in damage, and they offered her $43,000 to $48,000 in damage. So the grift is on in all areas of your life to keep you down, to use and abuse you for profit of the rich. So I hope you enjoyed the show today. Please hit the like button, share, and subscribe. Hey, you gotta chill. I want that knife as well. All right, guys. What in the world is he living in? I didn't mean to make that commercial run so long, but I had to, take care of a little personal business, as it were. So I apologize for that. Sitting you guys through that commercial. So I hope you guys enjoy the information that I gave today. And I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. So with that's all I have. And I cannot say any more. Good to see all of you. Hit the like button on your way out. $ Ronnie Q if you wanted to tip the host. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great one. Bye-bye. Hey, Miss Queenie. I hope you feel better. Thank you, guys.
In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air. It's time for Ronnie Q.